Encounters, an international conference series hosted by the School of Humanities and the School of Social Sciences of the Ateneo de Manila University. It is September 9, Monday, 9 a.m. Philippine time, and we are in Manila. We are live streaming on the Ateneo de Manila University YouTube channel. Good morning from Manila to all of you online as well as here present on campus. I am Nikki Carci Cruz of the Department of Interdisciplinary Studies of the School of Humanities of Ateneo de Manila University. I will be your moderator for today. To officially start our conference series, may I call on the President of Ateneo de Manila University, Father Roberto C. Yap of the Society of Jesus. Let's welcome him with a round of applause.
Recording in progress.
Ms. Jessica Simon, Counselor for Public Affairs, U.S. Embassy in the Philippines. Mr. George Mathos, Deputy Director for Public Engagement, U.S. Embassy to the Philippines. Dr. Maria Luz Vilches, Vice President for Higher Education. Dr. Patricia Lambino, Dean of the School of Humanities. Dr. Tsarina Saloma Akpedono, Dean of the School of Social Sciences. Esteemed partners, colleagues, those joining us online, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the International Conference, Contacts and Continuities II, 125 Years of Philippine-American Encounters. As its title suggests, the conference reflects on the relationship between our two peoples, which began 125 years ago in a war. Specifically, the conference seeks to explore what the initial contact affected, what it enabled, what it suppressed, what it transformed, and how Filipinos responded. For Ateneo de Manila, our journey with the Americans was not without its challenges, but it has led us to where we are today. We recognize the difficulties we face and the resilience we showed in overcoming them, and we carry their lessons with us as we continue to evolve and adapt. When the Americans replaced the Spanish colonial government in 1898, Ateneo lost state subsidies and became a wholly private school. That's an interesting thing to remember, that Ateneo really began as a public school, Escuela Municipal for Manila. But from 1901 onward, Ateneo Municipal became Ateneo de Manila. While Ateneo was seen as a good alternative to the religion-less public schools being instituted by the American government, it became evident that its students and graduates could not compete with their counterparts in the public school because of their poor showing in English. The Jesuits' preferred medium of instruction then was Spanish, and English was only taught for an hour daily. One Jesuit reported that in public examinations, Ateneans did splendidly in everything except English, and in this subject they invariably failed. The arrival in 1921 of American Jesuits, which took over the school administration from the Spanish Jesuits, changed that. Using English is one of the things that has facilitated our university's participation in the global production of knowledge. The curriculum was also reorganized to conform to the American system, from offering a 6-year program leading to a bachillerato. Ateneo required 4 years of high school, separate from 4 years of college for one to obtain the Bachelor of Arts. Except for the addition of 2 more years of basic education in 2016, that has remained largely unchanged. But the content of the curriculum certainly has, as an alumnus historian even recalls, its pro-American slant. Studying at Ateneo during the 50s and the 60s, he went so far as to write that it was part of a calculated post-war restoration of the U.S. influence in the Philippines as in a Cold War setting. He cannot say that of the Ateneo de Manila post-1968, when it began to go down from the hill and Philippinize. The transformation is a testament of our ability to adapt and evolve. Today, Ateneo continues its work towards education reform and transformation. The Ateneo educational experience during the American occupation had these as staples: theater, under the eye of Father Irwin, athletics, military drills with instruction from the U.S. Army, an annual summer camp in Baguio, and catechetical instruction. The last was not an American intervention, but military training and athletics were. The Ateneo ROTC cadets were so loyal, they volunteered to fight the Japanese forces during World War II. Today, military training is not so fashionable, but athletics remains a preoccupation of many Ateneans, and basketball, introduced by the Americans, is an important part of Atenean culture. So that's why we are a little mourning after last Saturday's game. Ateneo de Manila's experience with American contact, a microcosm of the larger Philippine experience, shows the complex and multifaceted colonizer-subject relationship. This four-part conference, with its historical overviews, academic papers, panel discussions, and cultural presentations, provides a platform for scholars to delve into these complexities. May the talks and presentations over the next 4 weeks stimulate our intellect and provide us with the insights and perspectives we need to navigate today's shifting geopolitical realities. Thank you very much, and I wish you a productive and successful conference.
Thank you very much, Father Bobby, for your welcome remarks. I would now like to introduce our honored guest who will be delivering the opening address. The opening address will be delivered by Jessica Simon, the Counselor for Public Affairs at the U.S. Embassy in the Philippines. She began her role as Counselor for Public Affairs at the U.S. Embassy in August 2024. Before arriving in Manila, she served as Consul General at the U.S. Consulate General in Brazil. Her extensive career includes positions such as Press Attaché at the U.S. Embassy in Mexico City, Public Affairs Officer at the U.S. Consulate General in Rio de Janeiro, Deputy Director of Communications in the Office of the Special Representatives for Afghanistan and Pakistan, Special Assistant to the Assistant Secretary in the Public Affairs Bureau, and Pearson Congressional Fellow. Ms. Simon is fluent in Portuguese and Spanish. She holds a master's degree in international relations from Georgetown University and a Bachelor of Arts in Psychology from Tufts University. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Jessica Simon.
Good morning. Magandang umaga. Slowly, little by little, I will pick up more and more Filipino. Thank you to my staff. And thank you to Father Bobby, to Vice President Vilches, and to Dean Lambino for the invitation to be with you today. It's my distinct honor to represent the U.S. mission to the Philippines at the start of this conference, Contacts and Continuities II, 125 years of Philippine-American encounters, on the enduring and dynamic relationship between our two countries. My understanding is that this conference is the sequel to the successful 2021 edition, 500 Years of Asian-Iberian Encounters. We are excited that your prestigious institution has chosen to spend the next month examining encounters between the Philippines and the United States. The themes of this conference, the influence of American education, environmental and health policies, and cultural expressions, demonstrate where our relationship has been, and more importantly, where it is going. I hope that as you examine the past 125 years, you also reflect on what's possible for the next 125 years. In 1901, 600 American teachers sailed aboard the U.S. Army Transport Thomas to the Philippines. These teachers, who were eventually known as Thomasites, had the goal of teaching students and developing the Philippines' education system. The legacy of the Thomasites is alive and well today. In 2023 alone, more than 600,000 undergraduate students graduated from Philippine higher education institutions, according to CHED. The time between the first landing of the Thomasites and today has been characterized by dramatic changes, both in the Philippines and in the world. Our shared sacrifice in World War II, the independence of the Philippines, the moon landing, the creation and rapid expansion of the internet, and now the growth of artificial intelligence. And through these changes, the U.S.-Philippine relationship as friends, partners, and allies has not just grown, it has flourished. Our bilateral relationship is stronger now than it ever has been. That is why now is the time for us to increase our cooperation, to lay the groundwork for solving tomorrow's challenges. That effort starts with education. There are now about 4,000 Filipino students studying in the United States. Hundreds of those students receive scholarships from the U.S. government to participate in exchange programs such as the Young Southeast Asian Leaders Initiative, known as YSEALI. Hundreds more Filipino students receive advising from Education USA. In the past 5 years, the U.S. Embassy has established or helped facilitate more than 100 higher education partnerships between the United States and the Philippines. As we speak, the Philippine American Educational Foundation, PAF, is accepting applications for the Fulbright PhilSA Space Science Scholarships. This new collaboration between our governments is a deliverable of this year's U.S.-Philippines Space Dialogue and will provide Filipinos the opportunity to conduct advanced space science research in the United States. This spring, PAF also signed a memorandum with the Philippine Department of Energy to establish a framework for scholarships that will help develop Philippine civil nuclear workforce. These partnerships go both ways. Last month, PAF launched a new initiative to assist universities in the Philippines with hosting more American study abroad students. We know already that there is a demand from the United States and the world to learn more for the Philippines, especially in the areas of environmental science and public health policies, both topics of this conference. The growth in our education partnerships is possible because of the strength of our bilateral relationship. As many of you have no doubt seen, read, or heard, our security alliance in particular has become extremely strong. But one element that we can never forget is how strong our cultural connections are. That bond lies at the core of the friends part of friends, partners, allies. As a newcomer to the Philippines, I am struck every day by how deep that connection is. I see the fusion of American and Filipino culture everywhere. It's inescapable. And that phenomenon is equally present across the Pacific. Filipino-American Bruno Mars shares a #1 global hit with Lady Gaga. Olivia Rodrigo has not only music hits of her own, but she also collaborated with President Biden to encourage young people to receive the COVID-19 vaccine. Filipino Americans competed in the Olympics and in the Women's World Cup. And some of you might be familiar with the chain of supermarkets, Trader Joe's in the United States. I walked into a Trader Joe's in my hometown of Portland, Oregon a few months ago, and at the end of one of the aisles, there was a whole display of, any guesses? Ube flavored products, right? I saw that as a positive sign that I am exactly where I was meant to be. With nearly 4 million Filipino Americans and 700,000 Americans living in the Philippines, our cultural ties will only grow in the coming years. So, as you consider over the course of this conference where our friendship has been, we are confident that our shared past will illuminate the way to an even brighter future together. Salamat po and best wishes for a successful conference. Thank you.
It is funny that she should mention Bruno Mars, because music is really something that binds us, which is why for the final program for our opening, we have a musical number. Ms. Simon also mentioned the Fulbright, so the person who will be doing a performance returned very fresh from her Fulbright stint in the United States of America to perform Hail Democracy, a fantasy on American and Filipino national anthems. We will be calling Dr. Karen Francisco from the Department of Interdisciplinary Studies. What she will perform is part of her research. It's a composition by Rodolfo Cornejo, a national artist for music. It's arranged for piano solo by John Luc Jose, and it will be performed by our fresh Fulbright returnee, Dr. Karen Francisco. Rodolfo Cornejo was a Commonwealth composer during the American period, and this piece was premiered at a radio talent show called The Major Bowes Amateur Hour on CBS, and the recording of Cornejo's performance is a treasured piece in the Library of Congress in Washington, D.C. In a letter addressed to President Franklin Roosevelt 6 weeks after Japan invaded the Philippines on December 8, 1941, Cornejo expressed his intent to dedicate this effort to the President on his coming birthday and wrote, "For inasmuch as both the American and Filipino forces are now marching hand in hand in the arena of the cruel and unprovoked war, likewise could the sacredness of both anthems be blended together as to bespeak the same unity and brotherhood." So let us hear this fantasy combination of anthems. The performance today, again, is arranged for solo piano, and the score was donated by the Cornejo family to the College of Music of the University of the Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Dr. Karen Francisco. Fortunately, this is a hybrid conference that was fully recorded. We can watch it again online. I pity those who are online though, because there's nothing like live music. I never thought I'd say this, but I was so stirred by the American anthem. But this conference, I think, its whole theme, premised on the Philippine-American War, this will be a journey of emotions, just as that piece played during a time of war, war and peace, frenemies, enmity, but also collaboration and coming together. All those things will be explored. These are complex topics. Nothing is ever simple. The next 4 weeks will be explorations of very heartfelt topics, even if we're talking about ecology and health and education. This is just a 25-minute morning opening. We have a coffee break. And after this, we will start the first panel, which will be delivered by Mary Racelis, who is an Ateneo professor who's currently in the US, so it will be hybrid. And then there will be 2 more panels in the afternoon. I will just share the overview. This week, it's about shaping the subject. Next week, it will be evolving ecologies. The 3rd week will be embedding techniques in engineering and empire. And the 4th week will be expressions of expressing modernities. In between, there's a film showing entitled Kulyon, made by an Ateneo director and produced with some extras from Ateneo actors. And Kulyon is, of course, an American-era leper colony. And that film will be shown, and at the end, we will have a performance of Pilipinas circa 1907, created by Nick Johnson. So that is 4 weeks of emotional journeys, such as one opened by Karen Francisco today. We will have a coffee break. We invite everybody outside. Thank you very much. Wait, and now for our closing remarks. Sorry, I got so, Doc Marlu, you're in front of me and I'm looking at you. I got so excited by the coffee break, sorry. Now to give her closing remarks, I'd like to call the Vice President for Higher Education, Dr. Maria Luz Vilches.
Thank you, Nikki. That was quite an exciting morning, and I was very moved by that piece. Thank you, Karen. Jessica, Simon, and Mr. George with us, Father Bobby, Trish, Opie, Jonathan, and everyone in the audience here and also on site, and Nikki and everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. When I was listening to Jessica this morning, I'm an English major, and being an English major, you also are thrown in a whole lot of literature. And it reminded me when you said about the Thomasites that a major legacy of the Americans is the English language. And I remember as a literature major that the first Philippine writing in English, short story, in 1925, Philippine short story by Paz Marquez Benitez, Dead Stars. And now there's still a flourishing body of Philippine literature in English. So I thought I'd mention that here. Among all of us in the audience, I think, are writers in English as well. But I'd like to go back to Karen and thank her for the performance. That was quite moving, really. And as Nikki was saying, a lot of emotions coming in this conference. In this composition in 1941, the composer Rodolfo Cornejo indeed manifested through music the strong bond between the Philippines and the United States. It speaks deeply about the shared spirit of American and Filipino forces during this tumultuous time in history, evoking a deep emotional connection between the audience and the historical event. I can just imagine what it was like then. It even moves us now. Maybe it was 50 times over moving at that time. First, I'd like to thank Jonathan, Dr. Jonathan Chua, the past dean of the School of Humanities that started this one, and then Dr. Trish Lambino, and the School of Humanities for organizing this conference, as well as Dr. Sarina Akpedano and the School of Social Sciences. I'm happy to note that in the program, a lot of our scholars in the university are sharing their research output through their presentations. It looks all very exciting topics. Contacts and Continuities II, 125 years of Philippine-American encounters, as we already have been told, takes off from Contacts and Continuities, 500 years of Asian-Iberian encounters in 2021. Like this conference that we have now, like that conference in 2021, this conference takes as its scope the effects of cultures and peoples coming into contact by force or by other means less violent. But unlike the first conference, which was held totally online, with I remember about 700 presenters from all over the globe, this second one has the advantage of face-to-face engagements that lend more readily to greater synergy in both personal friendships and scholarly endeavors. In this conference, we recognize that contacts produce changes and responses. The conference sets aside the notion of straightforward imposition and posits instead the agency of colonized peoples. Thus, the conference asks the following questions. How did Filipinos adapt to the changes wrought by the American occupation? As a response to the Philippine-American War of 1899, what negotiations transpired between Americans and Filipinos then? What about today? How can instruments of social control also allow for agency and transformation? Philosophically, the conference may be seen as the exploration of the dynamic between intentions and consequences, neither of which can be fully predetermined. There are 4 sub-themes, roughly corresponding to the 4 priority areas of the university. For the benefit of our guests in the audience, the 4 priority areas of the university are 1. Education reform and transformation, 2. Universal health and well-being, 3. Integral ecology, and 4. Bridging cultural divides. Under each of the following sub-themes of the conference are presentation topics that may shed light on the 4 priority areas. The first conference topic, Shaping the Subject. It focuses on the Americanizing of the Filipino, chiefly through education and language. The second area is Evolving Ecologies. It focuses on the shifts in the circulation of goods and resources and the disruption and the understanding of the environment and the human person underlying such shifts. The third area is Embedding Techniques and Engineering and Empire. It focuses on the mechanisms and institutions that powered and maintained the colony. And the fourth area is Expressing Modernities. It focuses on the changes in the modes of artistic expression. In the end, the hope is that we attain a better appreciation of Philippine-American encounters, one that clears a space beyond both uncritical Americanism and anti-colonial nationalism. One may recall, maybe not the young people in the audience, but one may recall in this university the public burning by militant students in the late 1960s of the English textbook titled Inventions, authored by Father Joseph Landy, S.J. We hope that this conference will help us attain a better appreciation of Philippine-American encounters, one that looks forward to a more clear-sighted and equitable cooperative relations between the nations. So I wish everyone an engaging conference, one that helps us build cultural divides. Thank you.
And on that note, Those of you at home may have your coffee break in your homes, but those of us here, one benefit of the on-site format is we can have coffee together. You're all welcome at the foyer for coffee. Thank you very much. What time do they come back? Okay. See you at 11 o'clock for the first panel. 9:45. 5 years of Philippine-American Encounters, an international conference series hosted by the School of Humanities and the School of Social Sciences of the Ateneo de Manila University. This conference is brought to us by the Juan Laurel donation to the School of
Recording in
Humanities
progress.
of Ateneo de Manila University. It is September 9, Monday. It is 10:05 a.m. in Manila. We are live streaming on the Ateneo de Manila University YouTube channel, and in fact, our speaker is in another time zone and ready to address you via Zoom. Good morning, everyone. Again, I'm Nikki Carci Cruz. I am from the Department of Interdisciplinary Studies, and I am your moderator today. Let me introduce our keynote speaker. Our keynote speaker, Mary Racelis, is professorial lecturer at the Department of Sociology and Anthropology of the School of Social Sciences in Ateneo de Manila University. She also has honorary doctorates from De La Salle University and also the Ateneo de Manila University, and she sits or has sat on the board of over a dozen foundations and NGOs. She is the author of a classic work in Philippine sociology entitled Reciprocity in the Lowland Philippines. She's authored numerous articles on poverty and community organizing, and she is co-editor with Jeronima Pexon of Tales of the American Teachers in the Philippines, published in 1959, and with Judy Celine Ick of the book Bearers of Benevolence, The Thomasites and Public Education in the Philippines, published in 2001. Ladies and gentlemen, to deliver her keynote speech entitled Educating Juan and Maria for Democracy and Citizenship, please welcome via Zoom, Dr. Mary Racelis.
Hello, everyone. Good morning to you there. To my colleagues in the audience, any students and other participants, I'm very happy to be here to speak on this issue or this topic on Philippine-American relations, especially as regards the educational sector.
Sorry, Dr. Racelis, we'll have to figure out how we can hear you. We weren't able to hear you. Can you hear me?
We just have a.
I can hear you, yes.
Like,
Where are
Alright.
my slides? Can you put it?
Okay, so we'll have to get you to sing my test in a few. There, give us a second. Okay. It may be from our end because we can hear you from a regular speaker. Well, we can't hear you from the audio. Yeah. You try saying.
Yes, well, I'm just waiting to see the slides so I can start.
Hear.
Yep.
We can hear you, but the volume is a bit low.
Let me see, maybe it's my volume. Let me turn it
Plan
up.
A, we fix the technical through that.
Try again, Eric.
Plan B, we huddle.
Yeah, sorry about that.
I think it's better. Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, now,
There you go. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
good. How about the slides?
Oh, the slide. She's waiting
Yeah.
for
Okay. Oh, just a minute.
It's coming.
Let me just get the
I only
slides.
see me.
Let's wait a bit for the screen sharing. Now we can see Robbie's screen has the presentation. I think, there you go. Can
Sorry,
you,
wrong slides.
No, that's not mine.
there you go.
Sorry about that.
There. Okay, now that's fine. Can we go?
Yes.
All right, so as you can see, the title is Educating Juan and Maria for Democracy and Citizenship, with a question mark, because that is what we are discussing today, I think, for most of the day, as to what was the impact of American colonization in the Philippines up till today. I am, of course, concentrating on maybe the first 15 or 25 years. And if you look at the picture, here you will see the Transport Thomas, which, as already mentioned earlier, brought almost some 500 American teachers to the Philippines in 1901. They had been preceded by the Sheridan, actually, Transport Sheridan, a couple months before, with about 50 teachers. But for some reason, the Thomasite, or the Transport Thomas, became the symbol of all of the teachers who came not only in 1901, but subsequently, even up till the early 90s, up to 15, even slightly later. But the majority had already arrived by 1910. Right? All right. So, and here you see some of the Filipina teachers who were trained by, and I think this is an American teacher there in the middle. Okay, let's go to the next one. All right, just let me start with a personal note, simply because when in our department, at least, when you have a master's, say, or doctorate student coming to defend a thesis, we always ask them to start with, where are you coming from? Why are you doing this? What is your interest in that particular topic? So in similar way, let me just suggest why maybe the humanities and social sciences asked me to speak on this subject. One is because I've been around a long time at the Ateneo, since 1960, and from the perspective of the Ateneo, seeing the whole development of the educational adventure, if you want to put it that way, until the present. And, I still teach. I'm still at the Institute of Philippine Culture. So that's one. Second, and perhaps maybe the most important, is my own parental background, that I am the product of American colonization. My father, who came from Lukban, Quezon, he studied at UP, first at Lusana High School and then at UP, and got a scholarship, or they were then called pensionados, to the United States. He studied at Columbia University for a graduate degree, and there he met my mother, who was a librarian, an American from Virginia, and they got married, came to the Philippines in, I think, 1929, at a time when there were very few American women around. All right. That means I was born here. I had an older sister, a younger brother. We were born and raised in the Philippines. I lived through the Second World War, believe it or not, and left at the age of 13, because my mother, being American, was repatriated by the American government, and the family came with her. So studied there, junior high, high school, college in the United States, after which I got married, came back to the Philippines, where I always wanted to be. Anyway, soon after that, after studying at UP again for a graduate degree, then I came to the Ateneo. Father Frank Lynch, who started the Department of Sociology, Anthropology, and IPC, invited me to join the faculty. And I think I was the first woman teaching at the undergraduate level when everybody was male, including all the secretaries, believe it or not. So in that sense, having that Philippine American background, and having lived in the Philippines and in the United States for extended periods of time, I guess that's why I have a kind of a claim. The third is already mentioned, the book that I put together in 1959 of mainly of the Thomasites writing about their experience, plus a number of Filipinos the same. In 2000 or 2001, I was asked to bring the book back, to republish the book. And I said, no, that was 1959. 40 years have passed, more than. And a lot has happened in the American-Filipino sphere of interaction. I have not followed that academically, so I didn't feel that I could actually any way represent that situation by 2001. However, Judith Ick, who is a wonderful person, who is, by the way, in the English department, not social sciences, was into the cultural side of teaching English, had focused very much on the Thomasites, the ship, where they came on and their lives and who they were. So she said to me, if you do it, I can work with you, get the newer sources, because we had to get, I said, we can't just look at those that I found in 1959. So she and I think her sister, who worked in the Library of Congress, managed to put many new items into Bearers of Benevolence. And if you haven't seen the book, I don't know if I can show it to you. It's not here. Anyway, I think it's out of print, but it was published by Anvil in 2001 to recognize the 100th year anniversary of the Thomasites, right? So what I have their middle child, simply to say that a middle child is usually known to be the questioning one, the one who just doesn't say, accept what is, but ask why. And being a girl at the time in the when I was raised before the war, boys got all the attention and girls were kind of on the side. But fortunately, and maybe in part as a result of the American public school system, where boys and girls were sitting together in the classroom, that made a big difference later on. Right? So in that professional status, it's still also having a family, I think gives you kind of insights into, especially children. You have your own children, and here were thousands of Filipino children learning what democracy was supposed to be about but they're sitting there learning math and some science, but mainly English, learning how to speak English and everything that came with it, culturally speaking. These are pictures of, as you can, those who know, of the Ateneo, which is where I am now. All right. So let's move to the next. That explains, I think, why I'm here. Next. All right. So we're interrogating colonization or decolonization. And here you have the picture of the Treaty of Paris, where Spain had to cede the Philippines to the United States as the victor in the Spanish-American War. All male, of course, as was the case in those days. And the first statement you see here is, what is this writers, scholars are saying, we are the way we are a lot because of the American influence. And if those who take on what is called a nationalist perspective tend to be very critical of that influence, right? And I think that's what we have to look at and interrogate, right? In the process, the issue becomes, how do you had an identity of some kind before the Americans arrived in the country, but there was whole 350 years of Spain. And before that, what about then? Who are we? So this issue of who are we has long been a question for those people who have been in colonizing situations and trying to see so what does it make me, right? What is being a Filipino today? And let me say, when Father Lynch started the Institute of Philippine Culture, that was one of his purposes, to show, who are we? And study of values, the reciprocity article was mentioned, was the beginnings of trying to look at concretely, how do people behave, live, what do they aspire to? Okay, so as we well know, you can call the Philippine Revolution was stolen by the Spanish-American War, in which the Philippines was kind of a sideline. That was really Cuba that was the central point there. And as you'll see later, when President McKinley addresses this issue of the Philippines, he said, they kind of fell into my lap, like somewhat unexpectedly, but there we were, and he had to do something about it. But you all know that there was the Philippine Revolution was going on against Spain at the time then that America was fighting Spain, and therefore uh, Admiral Dewey on Manila Bay, we know that story, the defeat of the Spanish naval armada there. Uh, so meanwhile, Aguinaldo is fighting for independence, and from the last series, part one of this series, I think that was very thoroughly studied. So there's no need to go into it, just as to know it. It's the background. But I think is what's very, very important here to understand is that in the United States at the time, 1899, 1900, 1901, there was a very strong revulsion in certain circles about America taking over the Philippines as a colony. And those were people like Mark Twain, for example, the writer was very articulate on that issue, but many others also in official and non-official circles saying, wait a minute, we revolted against England and we became independent, and we have been strongly happy, arguing of the importance of that fight against England and our victory. And now we are taking over a country, and we're going to be now the colonizers, and doesn't make sense to many of them. So this was really a big debate. All right, next. And so we have William McKinley. You've all heard the term benevolent assimilation, and that was kind of the framework in which he explained or justified, if you want to put it that way, why the United States should take on the Philippines as a colony. So, as I said, it kind of fell into his lap as a sort of a surprise, the spoils of war, maybe. And we know the story about his prayer, where at one point he said, it would really be cowardly to return the Philippines to Spain, because it's not kind of their fault, and we got them, so we have to do something to help them. That was his thing. It would be cowardly not to take on that role, right? Of course, underlying all this or surrounding it were Germany and France, who were economic rivals, were becoming strong rivals of the United States, or vice versa. And, Germany was interested in the Philippines. France may had other countries, but internationally, globally, they were all industrializing and competing with one another. And the other countries, Germany had already Namibia, today Namibia. I mean, of course, we know the UK, that is England, and France and Belgium had colonies in Africa, in Asia. And so here was the United States, a kind of a latecomer, and they were all making lots of money from the colonial trade, as we know what that meant. And here was the United States kind of not playing this game when it should be, because it wanted to become even more prominent than it was already becoming. So that political side was crucial in the decision, even though perhaps McKinley didn't really make that point very strongly. He was always saying, well, and then he said, Filipinos are not really ready for self-government. They should become independent. They strove for independence, we know that, but they were not really ready. That was just a small group. And we have to help them get ready for independence at some point. And in other words, we have a moral responsibility, he said, to help them reach that point. So we have to educate them, and we all know this famous statement, and Christianize them, seeming apparently unaware that already more than 80% were already Catholics from 350 years of that. So underlying that is that the theme of it is the manifest destiny of the United States, first of all, to move westward, to reach the California, that frontier. But beyond that, international frontiers were now opening up also. And the Philippines was a key part of that. That is part of our destiny. We are a great country, we're getting greater, and this will show what our significance in the world. We are part of the big players like Germany and France and England. Right? So we have to care for these, and they were often called childlike. The framework was family. We're like the father, and of course they're all males, so naturally they're all fathers, um, who have to take care of these nice people, but really childlike. They need a lot of help, and education can help make them reach that. Now, underlying all of that, also in support of that, was the social Darwinism, which was really a way of justifying race. That race was an important issue in the United States. They had not so long before that gone through their own civil war, right? And slavery and the whole black issue, which until today remains, uh, if you say unsolved, or at least is still being re-examined and attacked and defended and so on, right? And plus the American Indians, which called then, but today Native Americans, who were also seen as lesser forms of human beings, just worth annihilating because anyway, we could use their land better than the ways they're using it and throw them off the land if possible. But the history of the Native Americans invasion from the Eurocentric new Americans, I think many of us know from our studies of history. But I must say, I'm almost embarrassed, since I teach anthropology, it was the early anthropologists who were social Darwinists who had this linear evolution of society that it starts from savagery. Everybody was a person, slash and burn, hunting and gathering tribal peoples who are really savages. They call them savages. But then societies evolve into more barbarism. You can see these very negative terms. And then finally, because of a whole series of events, they get to be civilized. And the civilized ones were, of course, the European whites and of the American whites who came from there. And so the American whites tended to look down on, of course, the Native Americans, as we know, the slaves who were brought in for the southern cotton and other industries, and the Philippines kind of fell into that same category. Right. Next, and the color differences also came out there. So, what were their immediate challenges? Here are some. You see lots of interesting examples, pictures in famous magazines like this. He's offering, actually, this is a very interesting one, that the American leader is offering, I guess that's Aguinaldo. Oh my goodness. Peace, right? I can't finish. I was told I have 40 minutes. I can't do this in 12 minutes, right? Okay, let's see. All right, so the immediate challenge to the American government, to McKinley, was end the Philippine insurrection. It was called an insurrection, not a war. That came much later. That's 1899 to July 1902, which is, of course, when Aguinaldo was captured. And that was technically one end of the war in terms of the fact that the Americans now were taking over. Of course, the fighting, the Philippine-American War, which is now what we call it, lasted many years, largely till 1907, when that was kind of a turning point. But there was still fighting in some provinces, Batangas and so on, for many years beyond that. Right? People who had been fighting the Spaniards were now turning to fighting another challenging group. So we know there were strong attacks in U.S. circles. And the dismay, not only dismay, but concern among many Americans was the reported violence that was going on in the Philippines. The war, was well known there at the time, and it was 20,000 Filipino insurrectos, or revolutionaries, so-called, had died, and 4,200 American soldiers died there, here in the Philippines as a result of that war. There were stories of torture and waterboarding that was already going on then. And in the end, something like 200,000 Filipino civilians died of warfare, disease, famine, and just being, and the deaths all around. So what's interesting, and many, of course, our historians and people who are studying this period say, why did this all disappear from our history for a long time? Many Filipinos till today don't know that there was a very strong Philippine-American war raging, in the early part of the century. How did that get hidden in a way? All right. And that's one of the issues, of course, in this whole issue of colonization, decolonization. Next. Okay. So pacification would mean that inculcating democracy and civilization, all right, and the government was early on turned over from American military to American civilian administration, although they never were able to manage that well in the moral part of Mindanao. At the beginning, it was American soldiers who were selected by the administration to start teaching kids, because there had been schools, but many of them were destroyed, and they wanted to get it going. As you can tell, even from the COVID time, you'll remember that one of the first things to get back to normal is get the schools to open. And so the same thing there, although there are not that many schools yet at the time from the Spanish period. But it was going to be a public education system. It would be in English, and although that was also debated, but the decision was early on was English. And American teachers who were qualified to teach had to be brought from the United States to do that. So in the end, there were the total of Thomasites is about 1,074 in that period. And and the Filipino teacher majority happened by about 1915. So there was a lot of training of Filipino teachers to take over from Americans mainly from 1915 onward, right? All right, we talked about the Thomas. They got degrees from 192 colleges. They had at least most 2 years of experience. Some of them could speak Spanish. They were selected, preferred if they knew some Spanish. Most knew very little. Next. Okay, what were their motivations? And the studies have been done of that. They wanted to teach the basic skills, democratic values, because that's why they were hired. They believed in this American mission. Many wanted to see the world, adventure. For the seasoned teacher, they welcomed having new kinds of challenges. And there were those who had missionary zeal technically because they wanted to help the Christianizing part of this effort, right? Although when they got to the Philippines, they were soon told by the administrators, no proselytizing, these are public schools, no religion is included. And you can see how the friars who were still running Spanish schools, including the Ateneo, were very concerned that in reality, the teachers were going to be used to bring Protestantism to the Philippines, all right? So we had a huge increase in students that skipped that, high school also, over the years. So the population readily went to school to learn in English and whatever else was taught there, which is, of course, math and the usual. Next. Okay, so the English was justified as that you need to have one unifying language. The Philippines has so many languages, not one of them is dominant, and each is jealous of the other. So better we have one that's like English, which will unify them all and not be biased. That's one point of view, right? and it would be the basis for teaching democracy. They would learn U.S. history, the heroes. Everybody knew George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, and the values that were implicit in the teachers' everyday lives with their students was attention to individual achievement, that access to education for all, all, whoever went, whether they were the child of a poor fisherman or farmer, or the mayor's son or daughter. For the teacher, it didn't make a difference, but surely for the students, they saw something about they're all equal, at least in the eyes of the teacher. All right. The dignity of labor was very much emphasized. Gender fairness implicitly, because they brought girls in together with boys, teaching creative thinking, not rote thinking, not mass recitals, which was the more Spanish type of training, but creative thinking. No corporal punishment, very significant for those who had studied under Spain, because corporal punishment was a standard way of getting points across from the teacher. Emphasis on discipline, regular attendance, always emphasized, and we know this one, being on time, as we even call it still. American time means on the dot. Right? Next. So what were some of the early difficulties? Of course, teaching students having to learn in a foreign language. A teacher is teaching them, talking to them in language they don't understand. But they found, of course, many ways to try to get them to understand certain words, of course. The teachers themselves, of course, spoke no Tagalog, and they were not really encouraged to try to speak much of it, because except if they were in the communities, because they were there to teach English. At the beginning, there were no books, so they had to be very creative. The Baldwin Primer was brought from the United States, but that was the first pages were Dixie, Dixie, Dick, Run, Jane, etc. And we all know that Apple was there and snow, but over time, by about 1904, a new set of books had been written in the Philippines in English, but then you had mango, sun, rain, and the pictures were now of Filipino children. The classrooms were very makeshift, black seats, black blackboards, chalk, all the supplies only came in much later. And so teachers had to make do in very difficult circumstances, right? They emphasized attendance again, tardiness, discipline. They found this to be something they had to keep pushing. And at one point, there was one administrator who said, no, they should also learn industrial subjects, carpentry, the girls cooking and sewing, and have school gardens. And because then they will learn to work with their hands, labor with your hands is a good thing. That they never really succeeded in doing. The first day they were to make, in one case, to make a garden, bringing tools, when the teacher saw that the richer kids, brought their muchachos, as they called them, their katulongs, to do the digging. They were not going to do the digging, but the teacher sent all the muchachos home and said, no, everybody digs. That program, well, the school gardens worked all right eventually, because the vegetables went home, and mothers, of course, liked that, right? Next. But the dignity of labor never really took, because it was a very much social class issue. The challenges for the teacher: loneliness. She was the sole American. Often, if it was women, they were two together. The men were usually single, and they had to cover huge areas. They would teach during the day, teach teachers later in the afternoon, and some adult training at night. So they were busy all the time. They had to face salary checks, which never came on time. They had to depend on the sari store, usually run by a Chinese proprietor, to advance them goods, so that until their salary checks came. The women were usually like more than the men, partly because they're compassionate and more as opposed to the males, who were supposed to be stricter and still had the aura of having been the soldiers. They were connected with the soldiers. So there was a distinction that Thomasites are always thought of as women, even though they were in the minority. mainly because they were the ones who were really liked, which is not to say that many of the men were not liked, but that you can tell that issue. The friar animosity was very great all along. There's one case in Surigao where the friar from the pulpit told the people, do not send your children to that school. It was opening the next day because it's the school of the devil. And so there were no students going there. But then not long after, a week later, I think, the teachers saw a procession going around the school with the priest and so on. And turns out that the priest was exorcising the devil in the school. The mayor, of course, is very smart politically, so he and the teachers got together and sent out a bandilla announcing that it's okay now to send your children to school because the priest has exorcised the devil. He's no longer in the school. You can all go to school. And so I'm sure to the friars' dismay, they had a lot of pupils coming in the next day. All right, next. She had to gain community approval. She or they, and they were encouraged to do that to show that Americans are nice people, you know. And so a lot of interaction. They were often invited to all kinds of events in the community. They had the children were in public performances, declaiming the Gettysburg Address and the Hiawatha and "Oh Captain, my Captain," as they would say. So the drama was about the first Thanksgiving with the Pilgrims and the Native Americans. So that whole American culture was dramatized to the delight of the parents. You can imagine they would come to the stage and see their children performing. There were, of course, sports, introduction of baseball and basketball, games and clubs, again, to make the students very active and, again, get to know, well, that's part of civilization, right? Health interventions, teachers were often the fallback for kind of a first aid. And during the cholera epidemic, they were very famous in trying to do the public health initiatives like, you know, drinking clean water, sanitation, so to prevent, you know, widespread dissemination of cholera. Same thing, support in the smallpox event. The president and the mayors were usually the Filipino local leaders were usually very supportive. They saw the political perspective, and they knew that, you know, if you could get into your kids or you into the civil service, which was now Filipino in 1915, to get into civil service, you had to know English. That had a certain level of English. So they were very supportive, usually, of the teachers and the teaching of English to and American ways to children so they could get jobs in the civil service of the Philippines, right? All right. And the children themselves were the best advocates of the teachers. Many of them idolized the teachers. They would follow them around, and they were very, very happy to be in school learning, right? Next. Gender roles. This is just some examples. You can read them really quickly. There was the Barrio Creed for boys. I love the last one. I believe in pluck, not luck. What, you know, it's very gender oriented and for boys. And the next one, next. This is actually how it looked, right? That was sent out, the Barrio Boys Creed. The next, there was also a Barrio Girls Creed. And get this one. I believe in homemaking, and I may become a homemaker by helping mother and by studying the art and science of homemaking. And the next one, cook better foods, make mosquito nets, and take good care of the baby. So, you know, the gender orientation of the times for both boys and girls is very much built into that system of American education. All right, I believe in a square deal for everyone. Next. All right, that's an example how it looked. Next. The Protestants also had, you know, came in very, very heavily, evangelicals and others, or United Church of Christ, and tried to project, many of them, a different kind of America, very much along the modern sides, and the male pastors and their wives were very much in communities, spreading around, talking to people. They trained large numbers, attracted many women to become Bible women who would go around to spread Christianity. And that, of course, is what the friars were especially worried about. The Filipino priests were much more open or more supportive, but the Spanish friars were really very negative, definitely, of this. But nonetheless, next slide. They tried to bring a more modern perspective especially to women. Next one.
3 minutes.
Yeah, see, that the new woman should be vivacious, physically active, confident, wage earning, independent, and so on. The YWCA was founded. Many American women's organizations came into the picture, NGOs or civil society. Their dress, they accept the traditional attire. You can see some of the pictures here, but they were also bringing in something here. All right, the Anglicans, Episcopalians also were important in the Cordilleras. Next. So let's assessing. Let's see, what does it mean to people on the ground? And that's where I think now we have to look on the decolonization issue, that millions of children got an education. And millions, I think, of Filipino teachers were trained to take over early on, right? American values were appreciated, especially, social equality, social mobility that was made possible. The professional opportunities for Filipino teachers now. The first thing when they got an education, they became a teacher. Individual achievement was very much welcome. Gender fairness, eventually took place. The race issue was downplayed because the teachers seemed not to have that kind of attitude. Next. Although that was also there. Next. So let's take a look at, we're coming to the end here. Wait a minute. Oh. What's the previous one? Did I talk about the previous one? Okay. Yeah, Filipinos took over government, business, education. The pensionados were there. English capability was very strong. And already in Asia, it was becoming a major language. So the Filipinos were pretty far ahead. And of course, today still are, right? They were comfortable with American culture. We know that. Music, dance, culture. And John became Johnny, although now it's spelled, this is Filipino adaptation with a JH, Johnny. Maria becomes Mary, and so on. They built a public school system which enabled the Philippine-American War to be largely forgotten, which is why it is correct that we should be re-examining how did that happen. And it really was through the whole educational system that the war was downplayed, but what was upplayed, if you want to say, was education. So the evidence is clear all the way around, but certainly the solidarity in World War II, the Bataan Death March as an example of Filipino dedication to their American colleagues as warriors, and the guerrillas who fought against to get the Japanese out and to bring back the Americans in order to get to independence finally. Next. All right, so looking at decolonization as a framework, of course, it offers a way of understanding our history and to a significant degree why we are who we are. But let's not forget some of the very one-sided, to say, that we were ruined by America, sort of. That's extreme, of course. But I think we have to look that despite massive impact of American colonization, Filipino agency is always there. It was alive and well. Filipinos learned, they rejected some parts of it, adapted other parts of it, transformed other parts of it, and we're still doing that, right? It could be openly, which is democratic, or unobtrusively if they didn't want to rock the boat too much, right, while the Americans were here. So I think we have to ask the query, I'm getting to the end here, is the colonization argument a largely elite scholar analysis more than a people-generated one? After all, parents and children in communities seized on an American education as a means toward social mobility. Local officials saw political advantages, girls' capacities got recognized, women got professional status as teachers. This is from the community side. we tend not to pay attention to that, when we're talking in very large nationalist terms. But that's where the core of the issue is. Who benefited? What did people, ordinary, average Filipinos do? They took very much to the advantage that they saw in American education. That's it, right? Next. And I think that's the last question. Yeah. So, does the much discussed decolonization narrative now enable us to look toward accepting appreciatively that Filipinos are a diverse group of people who are a product of multiple influences, from our indigenous roots, our early Arabic and Chinese influences, to Spanish American, and more recently, modern Asia and Middle Eastern influences in a globalizing world? It's constantly changing, and we are all constantly changing. There is no single Filipino. We are a diverse group. So is decolonization, studying that, is it just a trendy approach? Actually, I just heard a speaker say it's really sort of the latest trend, but how far do we go on this? I think it's important to understand that background, but I think many scholars who want to decolonize decolonization think that it's distracting us from a greater attention to globalization issues of the world markets, patterns of international power in a world which is facing significant environmental and climate change, massive migration, warfare, new forms of international collaboration, and transformative technologies, right? So my conclusion is, let's keep studying it, but let's look forward. Let's accept that we are who we are, rejoice, and move on. So I think the next is a nice slide with pictures that says, thank you. Next, show the pictures. Wonderful pictures, right? So these are some examples and that you can see here. Look at the Filipino children, students who learned tremendously, that have made the Philippines a force in the world today. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sure all of you would have something that struck you. It would be different for everyone, but for me, what struck me the most is I, as a woman or girl, have every right to love chickens and pigs in the same way as my brother does. We have just a few minutes. Let me know if there are questions that we can entertain from the floor. Do you? Yes, EJ Ofilada from the IS department. There's a microphone behind you. I hope you can hear him. Please let me know, Ma'am Mary, if you can't hear me. Yeah.
Hi, Mary. Good to see you again. So I just have a question about what you said about the Thomasites. I remember I first learned about them when I was in elementary school, learning about Philippine history in Araling Panlipunan or social sciences. And one thing I remember my teacher saying was that these Thomasites were essentially her forerunners. As a teacher in the 21st century in the Philippines, she felt that these Thomasites were her predecessors. I'm just curious if that's a narrative that's been propagated since the American colonial period, since the first Filipinos who took over from them.
Well, if you're talking the teachers, the Filipino teachers, as far as we know, the ones who were in direct contact with them, I think really appreciated how concerned, or not concerned, how interested they were in passing on what they knew to the Filipino teachers. And they knew these teachers would be the ones in the end who could really communicate with the students. So, and I think those generations kept passing it on, so that the story of the Thomasites continues even, I think still in the public school system as the basis for why they are very much into education the way it was started here. I mean, of course, we know it's now also a huge problem, education, So, yeah, I would say that continuity carried over by the teachers and the students, because their stories. I could read you quotes. I have lots of quotes. I won't do that now, from famous people, Camilo Osias, Carlos Romulo, telling them, speaking of their first teachers, and how happy they were because they were recognized and they learned to speak English so well, etc. So that fondness is there. But as others have pointed out, that fondness and appreciation, it's like utang loob in a way. They came from there to us to do this under greatly difficult circumstances. They could have stayed home, but they didn't. So we sort of owe them, that notion of we owe them. And yet that owing has really, for years, eliminated any remembrance of the the Philippine-American War. And that was the trade-off, and that's something we need to think about more.
Thank you, Mary.
Yes, please. So we have another question from the floor. And I also have a question online. I'll read later, but yes.
Hi, Mary. Nice to see you. This is
Hi.
Rowie. So my question has to do with, first of all, thank you so much for the presentation, for the lecture. My question has to do with the critique that you end your talk with. And at the end of your talk, you raise questions about decolonization as an approach. And I was just wondering, what conceptualization of decolonization you're working with, or how would you define decolonization? And specifically, if you could say more about what specifically about decolonization you're critical of. Thank you.
Well, decolonization, the notion that you have to rethink, the whole colonial experience. I think what bothers me, what I believe we should do that. But what bothers me is sometimes it goes so extreme that under kind of a nationalist narrative, everything that was done by the Americans, all the bad things we have today, came because of that experience. And that is, of course, there are just a few maybe who are that extreme, but that extreme, was carried over into, it's always critical, and we should be critical, but how critical is critical? Do you also show the other parts? And what I'm saying is, on the ground, this is even today in our scholarship, we talk about, we don't often ask the people who were affected, how did you feel? What happened to you? Unfortunately, we can't ask that anymore because they're all gone. Huh? But at least to the extent that you can find that out through local histories and so on, we need to find that out to show why is it that so many were willing to accept this. Others would say, well, they were duped. Well, that's to me that's just a cop-out. It doesn't really discuss anything, So let's see what evidence is there. So what you're saying is, it bothers me. Maybe I have to say, my father was a pensionado. He was in New York, so not so much discrimination there, although certainly he had experience, but he was regarded, as everybody's equal. When he was he was in banking. So when he went in with the audit, the U.S. Treasury, to a bank in New York State, and the manager is part, this little brown Filipino is part of this group of American whites at the time. And all the books have to be shown them. And the managers are all bowing and scraping to my father, this little short Filipino, saying, yes, sir, what can I do? No, this is what we mean, sir. I mean, for somebody who was never called sir in the Philippines, nor even in the United States often, is not being called sir. I think we have to make judgments according, what was it, the say pensionados who are criticized because they got duped into buying the American dream and bringing it back. That to me is nonsense, because they were comparing it to what was before in the Spanish period. And the differences were enormously great and much more positive in their mind. So that's what we also have to look at, And when they came back, I know my father's friends, Governor Cuaderno, the central bank, Francisco Dalupan, who founded the University of the East. They were all the Barcada there at Columbia. And they brought back the ideas that they learned, but they made them very Filipino, you know. So let's think of that also as it's a mixed thing. And I think the entry, the piano piece is a perfect symbol of that mixing. You don't know where you can tell where one begins and one ends, but somehow they come together. And so that I think is, we have to look at what's the evidence and try to get it more from those who were at the receiving end, who actively sought it, right? Yeah.
Thank you, Rowie. Any more final going? Yes.
Hello, Mary. It's Joseph Johnson from the Department of Theology. Thank you for your wonderful talk today. It's given me a deeper appreciation of your great value to this institution as a repository both of learning and of memory. I have a question for you regarding the civic religion which the American colonial regime ushered in. I have read that Jose Rizal was promoted as the national hero of the Philippines for two reasons. Firstly, that he advocated peaceful resolutions with the former colonizers. And secondly, that he had the virtue of being dead and thus unable to change his opinions in relation to what policies would actually be implemented. In the talk I'm going to give shortly, I'll be mentioning another fellow who I always thought would be an interesting candidate for a national hero, the ethnographer and journalist Isabella de los Reyes Sr. I have this in mind, therefore, and what I'd like to ask you is, what was the role of the Thomasites in promoting Rizal as the national hero? Because of his association with democracy and because of his apparent inoffensiveness to the new colonial order.
Yeah, well, I think the first response to that would be they were teaching about Rizal because that's in the school curriculum and that's what they're supposed to do. The question would then be really, why did the administration, American administration, readily take over Rizal? And I think our historians who are in the audience would be much better positioned to answer that. That's been really debated, that I think there was no question that the Americans would favor Bonifacio, I mean, a peasant who was kind of, a peasant, which means, of course, that's a social class issue also, not one of the educated elite. The American colonial administration admired the Filipino elite. They could talk to them. Of course, it's the elite, especially those in business, who then took over and, in a way, created the economy of disparities that we have today, right? But so Rizal is really the safer one. Who else would you have had at the time? And they were trying, I mean, actually the fact that they were actually promoted Rizal is meaning they were trying to promote a civilized society, a nation, and a nation has to have heroes. And what better hero could they find than Rizal? And I think surely some of his contemporaries supported that very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm afraid that we have run out of time. Thank you. Oh, did you have one last? Okay, so one last. We're a little bit over time, but that's fine.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you for this talk. But my question is, if there was a failure in our decolonization, what could be that failure? If there was a failure in our decolonization, what could be that failure?
Well, I would say maybe we should have gotten into Filipino language much, much earlier. And that probably should have been the order of the Filipino leadership that took on, that came in early on, Quezon and Osmeña and those people. Of course, during the Commonwealth, they did put it in. But even then, I mean, Filipino the whole issue was, what kind of what Filipino language are you going to teach? And we had that one for a long, long time, the resistance against Tagalog, Cebuano saying there are more of us. Why are we supposed to speak Tagalog, which is Filipino is really Tagalog, all of that. So, but if we could have done more, I think, in the language so that kids could have learned, from their own language base. Whether that could have been done that earlier, I don't know. That would be, I would say, one.
Okay, gone. All right, I'm afraid that we really have run out of time. Thank you very much. Big round of applause.
Thank you.
We shall not take a break anymore. Let's go straight to the next panel. Thank you very much to our keynote speaker, Mary Racelis, for opening our conference. And so we move directly to the first panel. We have two speakers for this panel, and to our speakers, you have 15 minutes each to give your papers, and we'll have a Q&A right after. The first panel is on the dynamics of religion. Actually, I could keep hearing Father Tony saying, it's not just the friars who had animosity. It was priests too, like the Jesuits also had animosity. And I said, okay, the religion panel is the right panel right after her presentation. So I'll introduce the first speaker. Our first speaker is Mr. Joseph B. Johnson, and we heard him earlier ask a question. He is an American canonist, resident in the Philippines since 2014, 10 years, 10-year anniv. In addition to teaching undergraduate theology at Ateneo de Manila, he also practices remotely as a canonical advocate and defender of the bond for American dioceses. Currently pursuing a doctorate of canon law at the University of Santo Tomas, Mr. Johnson received his licentiate of canon law from the Catholic University of Leuven in 2021. Mr. Johnson is a member of the Canon Law Society of America and the Canon Law Society of the Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm welcome and listen to Mr. Joseph Johnson.
Well, I've got a tough act to follow. Good day, everyone. So, test all things and hold fast to what is good, says the Apostle Paul. In Filipino, suriin ninyo ang lahat ng bagay at panghawakan ang mabuti. In the Ignatian spiritual tradition, this testing is called discernment. Its object, as St. Ignatius writes in the Spiritual Exercises, is to overcome oneself and to order one's life without reaching a decision through a disordered affection. Recalling the principle and foundation of the exercises helps to explain why discernment is necessary. We were made for God, and the other things of this world were made as means to help us to the attainment of that end, and so they ought to be used or not used insofar as they help or hinder in its prosecution. It follows that an otherwise good thing can become a stumbling block or a millstone around the neck if it is not valued in proper proportion to its actual worth. This consideration is important in the context of ecumenism, which is the project of cultivating unity among different groups of Christians. Although we are accustomed to the phenomenon of divisions among Christians, we must recognize it as contrary to the mind of Christ, who assured his disciples that there would be one flock and one shepherd, Gospel of John, chapter 10, verse 16, who prayed that they would be one as he and the Father are one, John 17:21, and who identified their love for one another as the distinguishing mark of their membership in him, John 13:35. Now, just as love is founded on truth, ecumenical dialogue requires an accurate understanding of what other groups of Christians believe and do, as much as it does a firm grounding in one's own tradition. But this is only the beginning, for as the Holy Father Pope Francis wisely wrote in the Apostolic Exhortation Evangelii Gaudium, if we really believe in the free working of the Holy Spirit, we can learn so much from one another. It is not just about being better informed about others, but rather about reaping what the Spirit has sown in them, which is also meant to be a gift for us. Through an exchange of gifts, the Spirit can lead us ever more fully into truth and goodness. This approach is called receptive ecumenism. Its central idea is just this: suriin ninyo ang lahat ng bagay at panghawakan ang mabuti. That is, instead of clinging uncritically to the rectitude of one's own doctrines and disciplines as though they were the only correct answer, one should have the epistemic humility to sift those of other Christians, in whose communities grace is also at work. This is not an attitude of indifference, pare-pareho naman, but rather of genuine discernment inspired by confidence in the saving power of God. This brings me to my topic for today, which concerns the renewal of Aglipayan canon law. Those of you who are historians or students of history may be familiar with the Iglesia Filipina Independiente, or IFI, as the only living and tangible result of the Philippine Revolution, in the words of the historian Teodoro Agoncillo in his History of the Filipino People. Indeed, the IFI is much more significant as a living community of more than 700,000 Christian faithful than a mere historical artifact. Indeed, I propose that the IFI should be seen as the privileged ecumenical partner of the Roman Catholic Church, not only given its status as one of the largest Christian groups in this country, but also because of its close similarities to the Roman Catholic Church in terms of doctrine and discipline. For those who are not familiar with the IFI, please allow me to give a brief introduction. The Jesuit historian John Schumacher, in his book Revolutionary Clergy, locates the origins of Filipino nationalism in the struggles of the native clergy to vindicate their rights and dignity against the prevalent racism of the entrenched Spanish ecclesiastical and civil orders. Native clergy, who belonged mainly to the secular or diocesan clergy, stood to lose when the predominantly European religious orders leveraged their influence to seize control over wealthy parishes. Not only that, but their own ecclesiastical superiors impugned their intelligence and morality and denied them advancement to higher offices, as described by the Jesuit fathers Pedro de Achutegui and Miguel Bernad in their book Religious Revolution in the Philippines, subtitled The Life and Church of Gregorio Aglipay. A native cleric of those days could expect to remain a curate or associate pastor for his entire career, with virtually no chance of becoming a parocos or pastor, and none of becoming a bishop. Many Filipino laypersons, and especially the ilustrados, who were similarly disadvantaged by entrenched racism, took up the cause of their priests as though it were their own. The fight for the dignity of the Filipino priest therefore became a fight for the dignity of the Filipino people as a whole. The Philippine Revolution offered tantalizing new opportunities for those aggrieved by the Ancien regime. This included the man whose name is most closely associated with the IFI, Father Gregorio Aglipay, who in 1898 quit his parish without leave, joined the forces of General Aguinaldo, and incurred excommunication when he placed acts of ecclesiastical governance on the strength of his appointment as Vicario General Castrense, or military vicar general. But it was not Aglipay who founded the IFI. No, that distinction belongs to another man, the layman Isabelo de los Reyes Sr., a journalist, ethnographer, and labor organizer who proclaimed the church in 1902 and proposed Aglipay to be its first Obispo Maximo, or supreme bishop. The proximate cause of the church's foundation was to protest the continued influence of the religious orders and to claim higher ecclesiastical offices for the native clergy, the former system of royal patronage having lapsed with the end of Spanish rule at the signing of the Treaty of Paris in 1899. The operative hypothesis, evident in the subsequent court case of Byrne v. Ramirez regarding ownership of the country's churches, was that rights formerly enjoyed by the Spanish crown in respect of ecclesiastical affairs now vested in the Filipino people and their clergy as their representatives. Although no doctrinal innovations were contemplated at the church's founding, its official documents swiftly veered into heterodoxy. De Achutegui and Bernad cite the abandonment of a Trinitarian creed, the denial of the divinity of Jesus Christ, and of the divine inspiration of sacred scriptures, and the adoption of a materialist cosmology, among other novelties, as enervating factors which demoralized the church's membership, and frustrated attempts to secure recognition from Bishop Charles Brent, the Episcopalian missionary bishop, as well as from the Union of Utrecht. Another factor to note is the gradual decline of nationalist fervor in the 1920s and 1930s, and a gradual acquiescence to American colonial rule. It's interesting, if you go to the Aglipayan Seminary in Pangasinan, you can see an old chasuble that Aglipay wore, and you will note its design is in the pattern of the flag. It was his way of subverting the prohibition on displaying the national flag, which the American authorities enacted. And even today, the flag is displayed and the Lupang Hinirang incorporated into Aglipayan liturgies. Another enervating factor was Aglipay himself, who led the IFI as an autocrat until his death in 1940. Now, while De Achutegui and Bernat are hostile sources and should be taken with a grain of salt, nonetheless, it's clear that the church's canon law was not respected during his tenure, that Aglipay decided many aspects of church life unilaterally in contravention to the founding democratic ideals of the IFI, and that the IFI stagnated under his leadership while the Roman Catholic Church recovered its dynamism, reorganized itself, and met the exigencies of the new era. The Second World War was ruinous for the IFI, which lost its national cathedral, its seminary, and other capital assets in the Battle of Manila. Doubtful of the leadership of Aglipay's successor, Obispo Maximo Santiago Fonacier, who was a Japanese collaborator and alleged to have communist ties as well, Bishop Isabelo de los Reyes Jr., one of de los Reyes' senior's 27 children, devised an audacious plan to restore the church's fortunes. He would seek a formal partnership between the IFI and the Episcopal Church in the United States through the Episcopalian Bishop of the Philippines, Norman S. Binstead, whose acquaintance Bishop Reyes had made during the war. Eager to assimilate the IFI and its millions of members into the Anglican Communion, Binstead helped Reyes overhaul his church's doctrines and canon law largely on the basis of Anglican sources. This was necessary to establish Bishop Reyes's legitimacy as head and legal representative of the IFI. To understand why, we need to understand a little bit about American civil law of religious corporations, whose precedents controlled the jurisprudence of the newly independent Philippine judiciary. According to these precedents, property given for religious purposes was impressed with an implicit trust that it be used in service to the doctrines for whose advancement it was given. Reyes's contention was that the IFI was founded on a Trinitarian creed, and that its official Unitarianism represented a malversation violative of its founders' intents. After a lengthy court battle, he prevailed, gained ownership of the church property, and the Unitarian minority went into schism empty-handed. The IFI received substantial financial and institutional support from the Episcopal Church in the post-war period, including funding for a new national cathedral, which you can find along Taft Avenue, access to Anglican seminaries, such as St. Andrew's Theological Seminary in Quezon City, just behind St. Luke's, and the 1948 reconsecration of Bishop Reyes and two other bishops according to Anglican usages. But although the IFI maintained its nominal independence through a 1961 concordat with the Episcopal Church, its factual dependency became a source of resentment. As it happened, the main driving force against what came to be called Aglipayanism were the younger clergy, trained in Anglican seminaries and exposed to progressive ideas from overseas. A notable example of this being the gradual acceptance of women's ordination, which was the result of the admission of female students to St. Andrew's Theological Seminary beginning in the late 1970s. A decision taken by the Episcopal Church in the United States changed the operation of an Anglican seminary here, and a number of clergy formed for the IFI in that same institution said, well, why can't we have it too? Okay. Also, it's important to note that the historical cradle of the IFI has been Ilocos Norte. you may know that there are three famous people from Batak. All right. There's Artemio Ricarte, Gregorio Aglipayan, and Ferdinand Marcos Sr., who was baptized Aglipayan in his youth and later converted to the Catholic Church. The senior clergy of the IFI were quietly supportive of Marcos's administration, and young people, also immersed in progressive ideologies, were critical of the direction in which they were taking the church. They agitated for greater representation in church life and were eventually heard. Now, I come finally to the discussion of canon law in the Aglipayan tradition. I take inspiration from the name of this conference, and so I shall speak to you of contacts and continuities too. I do not claim that the democratic structures of church governance were a unique contribution of the Episcopal Church, or that their acceptance by the IFI represented a betrayal of its Filipino identity. Rather, my claim is that Anglican influences on Aglipayan canon law, contacts, equip the IFI to purify itself of accretions and become more fully what it had always professed itself to be, a continuity. I'll be using the term church order as referring to a system of canon law. The IFI has had 4 church orders in its history, beginning with a provisional order enacted in 1902. This document repudiated the authority of foreign prelates, but otherwise largely retained the existing doctrines and canon law of the Roman Catholic Church. In a manifestation of the democratic spirit, it also foresaw that the Church's supreme bishop would be elected by a vote of all the clergy, and that he would be assisted in his leadership by a 13-member Supreme Council, responsible for a variety of administrative functions. Similar councils were to be constituted in each diocese and parish. The first distinctively Aglipayan canon law order, it'll be just a little bit more than that, was enacted in 1903, the Doctrines and Constitutional Rules. It is a rich document, fruitful for study, and I limit myself to a few simple observations. First, it articulated an egalitarian theory of church governance, which I quote from an unpublished translation by historian William Henry Scott. The government of our church is based on the purest Christian democracy. Power, therefore, comes from God or from his holy word. It passes directly to the people, and they transmit it to the representatives they elect themselves, that is, our bishops, ecclesiastical governors, parish priests, etc., who appear to be our guides and superiors, but who in reality are not, because there is one who is our master and guide, the Christ. The statement was given effect in various ways, such as by provisions for the constitution of men's and women's committees in each parish, tasked with managing temporalities and performing charitable works respectively, for consultation of the lay faithful in church affairs, for the indirect election of bishops by parish priests of each diocese, and for the direct election of the Obispo Maximo by a general assembly composed of bishops and clergy representatives, as well as lay representatives from each diocese. But ideals are always in tension with reality. Thus, it is to be noted that no role was foreseen for the lay faithful in the regular governance of the church or of the dioceses, that the laity had no role in selecting their bishops or parish priests, and that the function of the lay committees was strictly consultative and auxiliary, as made abundantly clear by the statement that, and I quote here, "Formerly the Filipino clergy had no more than a single master in the friar parish priest, so we should not now make them dependent on the committees composed of lay persons." Ooh. The document invested the Obispo Maximo with extensive prerogatives, and this enabled the authoritarianism of Aglipayan. They're telling me to wrap it up. I'll be very quick with the last bit here. In 1947, the reforms undertaken in concert with the Episcopal Church show a number of overt Anglican influences, including new articles of religion derived from the Book of Common Prayer and the Constitution of the Episcopal Church. The General Assembly was retained and given new powers, similar to those of the General Convention of the Episcopal Church, including removing the Obispo Maximo and modifying the Articles of Religion. This is significant because for the first time, the laity gained a kind of authority over the clergy and an implied share in the teaching office of the church. But the reforms were anemic in a number of ways and didn't effectually give the laity much more of a voice. Finding this order wanting, a new reform was enacted in 1977, and I'll tell you briefly about some of the main points. It was the fruit of a conscious program of democratization in which laypersons participated actively. Its provisions differ fundamentally from those of the 1947 order, including giving the General Assembly more of a regular meeting. And when it's not in session, governance of the church is carried out by an 18-member executive commission, including lay representatives ex officio. The Aglipayan laity now directly participate in the selection of their bishops, voting on candidates approved by a national search committee. On top of this, involving national and local instances in this process encourages the appointment of bishops sensitive to the needs of the diocesan church, as well as those of the national church. It also seems to better actualize the purist Christian democracy which the founding order spoke of. I come to my conclusion now. Roman Catholics should regard the practices of the IFI and their underlying theological principles as worthy of prayerful reflection, for the Catholic Church also holds that from their rebirth in Christ there exists among the Christian faithful a true equality in dignity and action, by which they cooperate in the building up of Christ. This principle excludes some options which would restrict the laity to being mere passive subjects of pastoral care, but doesn't enjoin any specific positive formulations. Indeed, under the heading of synodality, discussions are now taking place in the Roman Catholic Church on questions such as the basis of authority in the Catholic Church, the proper competencies of the clergy, the involvement of the lay faithful in the exercise of ecclesiastical authority, and the like. The IFI has answered such questions differently than the Roman Catholic Church historically has, but this does not mean that it's answered wrongly. Work lies ahead for ecumenists who must now test all things and hold fast to what is good. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. We will reserve the questions for later. We'll take the questions collectively for the two speeches. I'll now introduce the next speaker. Our next speaker is Father Antonio F. B. de Castro from the Society of Jesus. He was Associate Professor of Church History at the Loyola School of Theology for almost 20 years. Among his publications are chapters in the books Theology, Conflict, and Peace Building, published in 2019, Philippine Local Churches After the Spanish Regime, Que Mari Sinico, and Beyond, published in 2015, and Transfiguring Mindanao, a Mindanao Reader, 2022. I think it just won an award again, as well as articles in various journals, including Kinaadman, Tambara, and Philippine Studies. He was Associate Professor of History at the School of Liberal Arts at Ateneo de Zamboanga University, and he is now with us, a member of the faculty of the History Department of the School of Social Sciences in Ateneo de Manila. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now listen to Father Tony de Castro.
Thank you very much for coming, and for those online as well, welcome. It was mentioned earlier that, so I'm a Jesuit, right? And I've been interested, of course, in Jesuit history for a long, long time. And in fact, my dissertation is really on the transition from the Spanish to the American Jesuits, okay? About 30, 40 years there. Okay, so when this conference came around, so obviously I thought maybe something could be said about, since we're talking about Philippine-American encounters, nevertheless, I thought maybe I'd stick to just looking at the American Jesuits, the first 30 years or so, okay? So the title of my, I haven't really written this down yet, although I picked things here and there. So it's a work in progress. But the title is the first, the first there. Um, okay, it's really American Jesuits in the Philippines between mission and I think it's the slide previous to this, or maybe there, American Jesuits in the Philippines between mission and ideology. And I kind of focus a bit on Francis Xavier Byrne, SJ. He was the first American Jesuit rector of the Ateneo de Manila University. Okay, so I think here we want to look at something much closer to home, because this institution, which was taken over by the Spanish Jesuits in 1859, would then become the Ateneo de Manila under the, will eventually end with the American Jesuits in 1921. Slide, next slide. So, so these are the parts of this work in progress. Okay, if we go to the introduction, first of all, basically this. So this is basically part of my own research agenda, if you wish. But I remember sometime in 2019 or 2020, I think there was already a desire on the part of some Jesuits like Father Nebres, Father Joey Cruz, to try to commemorate the 22 Jesuits who were around in 1921. The first big batch of American Jesuits arrived, there were 20 of them, in 1921. So 2021 was the 100th anniversary of this event, okay? So the next stage, okay, the historical background, okay, to this would be, well, initially I start off actually with a question: how is it that Spain lost the Philippines in 1898 with the Treaty of Paris, December 1898? Why did it take almost 30 years for the American Jesuits to take over the Philippine mission? The Philippine mission was under the province of Aragon in Spain, but then in 1927, it would finally be transferred to the American Jesuits of Maryland, New York province. So why this length of time? Anyway, various reasons, and I can't go through them in detail, but first of all, there was World War I. So Germany, you might say, Austria-Hungary, etc., etc. Okay, but here this would involve a crisis that would come up in India. And what was that? In India, which was a British colony, of course, the German Jesuits ran several missions there. Well, they were then arrested, put in concentration camps, and were supposed to be repatriated because the British Raj, okay, were afraid of what these German Jesuits might do. In any case, the solution was actually then that the general would bring in American Jesuits from both Missouri and Maryland, New York to India. Unfortunately, at least the Bombay mission, it did not work out very well. Okay, so that at some point after the war, the decision was made by the general then to move the American Jesuits from India to the Philippines and the Spanish Jesuits in the Philippines to the Bombay mission. So actually, it was a good decision, although it created a lot of pain and hurt for the Spanish Jesuits, who had to finally, as it were, give up the La Misión de Nuestros Amores, okay, the mission of our loves, etc., etc., to the American Jesuits. Okay, so Philippine situation was also difficult, etc., but that switch would be made. Next slide, please. Okay. So the pioneers, but before we go then to the Jesuits themselves, here is basically a quote, no? The American Jesuits, the general says, Ledachowski, he was a Pole, but of Austrian, but born in Austria, I think. can help our society in the Philippine Islands by rendering our relations with the United States government more cordial and more successful. They can also exercise their much fruitful ministry among the English-speaking residents. Some assistance, too, might be given in the scientific work of the Manila Observatory. Apart, however, from such opportunities for good, there exist today in the Philippines two most grave and most pressing needs to which we Jesuits must devote ourselves with untiring energy and zeal if we would satisfy the appeals to our society by the Philippine bishops, by the Delegate Apostolic, and by the Holy See. These two needs are: one, first, to keep in good standing the educational institutions which we now possess, and secondly, to advance and develop more and more vigorously and effectively the apostolic missions among the native tribes. Okay? So this was the rationale for that first, you might say, several groups of Jesuits who came to the Philippines. So if we just skip maybe the next and just go to the, here they are. So these are the first Jesuits to arrive in the Philippines. In 1901, Stanton; 1902, Zwak; 1904, Tompkins, who will return in 1921, James McGeary, Dennis Lynch, Finnegan, Riley, O'Neill, Monahan, Sems, McDonough, Becker, and Daly. I think you can already see that many of these names are actually kind of Irish American. Okay, so, and there are, I think, 3 scholastics in this group, meaning to say they were not yet ordained. They were here, basically, brought to the Philippines to kind of help out, particularly in the Ateneo de Manila. Okay, many of them, in fact, here would work at the Manila Observatory as well. Okay, and some would work at the San Ignacio, Church of San Ignacio in Intramuros, to minister to the American Catholics, okay, who were also around. Okay. Next. Okay, so now we move, basically, because I only have a few minutes, to the next group. So if we can move then to the next slide. Next. Okay. That one before this slide was the transfer, the official transfer of the mission to the American Jesuits in 1927. Okay, but here is the first big group of American Jesuits to arrive here. There were 20 of them, 10 priests and 10 scholastics. 2 of the priests, so there were 12 actually all in all, but 2 of those priests arrived in December of the previous year, okay, in 1920, December of 1920. But here they are, okay, the Jesuits, that Father Ben, Father Joey, some of our brothers, they kind of wanted to commemorate, okay, to honor their memory, because this was the first big group of Jesuits, American Jesuits, to arrive in the Philippines with the stated aim, not just of providing some ad hoc service, right, to certain institutions, but in fact, already in the preparation for the taking over of the American Jesuits of the Philippine mission. So let me just read out their names. Tompkins, this was mentioned earlier. Byrne, we will focus a bit on him. Patrick Rafferty, Arthur Homan, Henry Coffey, Louis Ott, James Moran, John Morning, Hugh McNulty, Charles Connor, who's a very interesting person, we'll quote something from him, Edward Duffy, and Jeremiah Prendergast. Together with these 12 priests, 2 of them having arrived in December of 1920, would be the following scholastics. So these were not yet ordained, people like John Hurley, very important Jesuit, who was the mission superior when World War II broke out. Walter Claffey, Raymond Gogan, okay, John Pollock, he has a building named after him, right? Henry Irwin, we know who he is, right? That theater was named after him. Thomas Feeney, Walter Hamilton, Charles Gallagher, Morgan Downey, and Joseph Mary. Okay, so next, okay. what do I want to focus on a bit is Francis X. Byrne. He was the first American Jesuit rector of Ateneo de Manila at that time. He was born in 1877, so take note. I would have wanted to ask Mary actually about the backgrounds of those Thomasites, okay? Where did they come from? What's their education? A kind of profile for as many as we can of those Thomasites, because it's important to know where they came from, okay? So here we see Byrne came from Boston, Massachusetts, okay? Born there. He entered September 1898, so not too long after this, of course, the US will take over the Philippines. He made his final vows on the 2nd of February in 1917. That's February, close to the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia. I think we're also invited here to kind of to think about what was happening in other parts of the world. He arrived in the Philippines on the 12th of June, Philippine Independence Day, at least during the the Filipino Revolution against Spain. And so 1921, then he returned to the US in 1925. So that was only about 4 years. What happened during those 4 years? And this is what I'd like to kind of talk about a bit, okay? And then he died, interestingly enough, really rather quickly, right? This is 4 years after his return, more or less, in New York City in 1929. I would have wanted to show you the obituary in the Woodstock letters. The Jesuits kind of had this, I don't know whether it was quarterly or maybe here. So it's actually meant just for Jesuit eyes, okay? But obviously you have copies of this. I'm sure Chas would know this, etc. People in the library, the archives, Jesuit archives. I will not read this out because it's pretty long, very positive, but also quite critical, which I found rather refreshing because it did not hesitate to point out the defects, you might say, in Father Byrne's personality, okay? So we're not going to go there because I don't have time. Thanks, Ruby. So back to my slide, okay? Okay, next slide, okay? Yep. All right. So here's what the young De La Costa says about Byrne. He was and would have been anywhere else in the world a leader of men, not his magnificent gift of oratory, which always attracted an audience, not his influence for the good of the church with the American governors and Filipino national leaders, okay, etc., but his vision in grasping the new situation in the islands and without hesitation changing the educational policy of the Jesuit mission to meet that new situation. I think it's how much time do I have? 5 minutes? 1 minute. Okay, so I'll give me 5 minutes. So that means I won't be able to read out the things that I wanted to quote from here. I think something happened here. That got very. Next slide. Okay, 8 more minutes. Okay, here are some of the areas of controversy between the American Jesuits and the Spanish Jesuits, but also between and among American Jesuits themselves and with Rome. Okay, I would consider a minor controversy surrounding the tonsure. What's that? They take out a little bit of your hair here to signify that you're a religious. Okay, American Jesuits did not like that. The Spanish Jesuits, of course, insisted on it. Okay, all right. Then the cassock. The American Jesuits did not like to wear the cassock in the Philippines because in the US, so this is the thing, right? Because in the US, it is this way. But these are pretty minor things. Do you understand? Okay, it's a question of custom, traditions with a small t, etc., etc. Number 3 and number 4 would become a little bit more serious. The Ateneo, under the American Jesuits, would be known for its military student drills. Okay, so I guess ROTC, something like that, or CMT. We used to have CMT, something like that. I think we still have it, right? And it's still a requirement, I think, for graduation. Not anymore. You can substitute something for it. But before, okay, this was really compulsory. But it's the American Jesuits who started this. And I would like you to think about what mentality is created by that. Boxing as a sport. So, sayang, I would have wanted to read so many more passages here from the people themselves, the Jesuits themselves. But the problem here was, first of all, I guess a certain mentality in the American Jesuits which thought that the Ateneo boy was basically subjected to a spirituality by the Spanish Jesuits that was considered effete, effeminate, soft, etc., etc. So in a sense, gender issues come in, right? Okay. And this would be interesting to study, actually. So you had the chauvinist, masculinist American Jesuits coming in, right? And telling basically that the Filipino boy needs to be manly, toughened up, taught how to become strong, etc., etc., etc. All in the image and likeness of course, the American. I would have wanted to ask Mary earlier, because Glenn May says this social engineering engaged in by, for example, American educators was a failure. A failure. It's only apparently successful. So there's a whole dynamic here, and basically my own position would be lost in the Spanish-American rhetorical conflict, language, etc., was in fact the Filipino. The Filipino disappeared, etc. At least in this contest. In other places, perhaps they would have a voice, but in this conflict, they disappeared. Okay? So the more serious would be 5 and 6. And let me just state what that is. Here is the most serious thing. And I think because of this, Father Byrne had to go back to New York, but also maybe because his health was beginning to suffer. We must be able to empathize with how difficult it was for missionaries at that time. Okay? Ngayon, this is so easy, you can fly anywhere you want. Okay? But before, this was psycho-emotionally wrenching. Okay? Okay, I'll stop there. But let me just point out, it's the Colegio Seminario de Vigan and the Mindanao missions. Father Byrne did not want American Jesuits to go to Mindanao. He was insistent on it, and he had his reasons. But as I said, we can't go into that. Okay? So finally, given the few minutes left to me, let me just then go to the next. So I kind of entitled this Between Mission and Ideology. Mission, because, well, I still am a Jesuit, right? So I believe in the mission. And this mission comes from the realm of Catholic faith and Jesuit spirituality. But there's the other side, ideology. It seems that we cannot escape it. Faith can become an ideology, and ideology can become the object of faith, etc. So let me read this definition from Jason Blakely in a book he published in 2024. Ideology is politics in excess, distorted, immoderate, and delusional. It is pundits shouting at each other and unruly mobs chanting in the streets. It is an uncle ranting about socialism on holiday, at holiday dinners, or a coworker lowering his voice to whisper about the dangers of the system. Facts are of no avail when dealing with the victims of ideology. Rational arguments slide off their brains like rain running down a granite door. What I'd like to say is, if we read the correspondence, the letters, we see clearly mission. There is mission. But there's also ideology. And it's a question of how conscious the American Jesuits were about this. And this is the great thing, I think, about Father Byrne, that he was conscious of this, to understand. Okay? Jesuit, Catholic, Christian, but also an American. And an American convinced of the superiority of his American culture and civilization. And so it's in the interaction between one and the other where faith perhaps can become the critical element in any ideological construction, a worldview, an ideological worldview, and how perhaps also an ideology is one that is able to use faith, to serve faith, right? Insofar as we need, in fact, some kind of pragmatic, practical system of doing things. I think that's it. That's the last. Yes? Oh, okay. This is a quote from Father Hanselman. He was the American assistant in Rome, and he has wonderful things to say about how the American Jesuits should behave in the Philippines. Thank you very much.
Father Tony would always give us a teaser and then not just tease us. Oh, and wouldn't give us the obituary, the nice chismes. All right, so may we invite our two speakers to sit in front, and if we have time, we will ask Father Tony to read some of the hidden treasures that he has kept from us. But the floor is open in case there are people who want to ask questions of either or both of our panelists for this panel on religion. Anybody? Oh, yes, please go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you for both very interesting presentations. So I have a question for each of you. And Joseph, thanks for what you shared because I don't know too much about the Aglipayan Church, and it opened up, I think, some interesting insights and windows. So I was wondering, you mentioned something about women being considered in the Aglipayan Church, especially in relation to what was happening in other churches. So I wanted to know if this progressed during the early decades of the church, and because you mentioned that there were also certain contradictions taking place inside the church itself with the leadership, and because Father Toy also mentioned ideology, so there seemed to be those contradictions on the ground. So I was wondering, what were the reactions within regarding this discussion of including women, and were there also any reactions from other churches looking at what was happening within the IFI, that if they did push through with that, how would that reflect on the other churches, including the Roman Catholic Church? And then, Nikki, shall I ask my question to Father Tony also, or shall I wait?
Um, yes.
Yes,
I
yes.
can
Okay, more
formulate
time
that.
to think now. Okay, and then Father Tony, because you ended with a note that Father Byrne was an American, aside from being Jesuit and having this mission. Um, the acquisition of the Philippines and the other territories by the US was hotly debated at the end of the 19th century because of the US's own origins and history. I was wondering how the American Jesuits reacted to this issue, and even before they were sent to the Philippines, if it was also something debated within the society. So, thank you.
So we start with Joseph, yeah?
Thank you for that wonderful question. You know, I like going through the Filipiniana collection here. Although I teach theology and practice canon law, history is an avocation of mine. And I think one of the most interesting things we have in our collection, well, two things actually. We have a copy of the first. No, my mistake. I was confused, but one document, if you go in the Filipiniana section, you can find a copy of the first liturgical order of the IFI called the Divino Officio. And if you look inside the cover, you'll see that it was given by Gregorio Aglipayan, contains his autograph, and it was a gift to Cameron Forbes.
Is that in the special collections under glass and
No,
comparative?
I believe it's in the American Historical Collection as
Okay,
a donation of Governor Forbes to the university. But your question concerns the influence of contact with the Episcopalians on the ordination of women in the IFI. What I have to say is the contact with the Episcopalians actually helped the IFI recover something that was kind of a germinal idea at its very foundation. If you look in the Divino Officio, this 1906 liturgical order, you'll see that it includes a right for the consecration of deaconesses. Now, these deaconesses were not given any liturgical roles. They were not meant to be clerics in the sense that clerics are in the Catholic Church, but this was to be a special designation in connection with the charitable functions foreseen in the 1903 Doctrines and Constitutional Rules. That is, women would be conferred a special title and role connected with works like providing for the poor, running orphanages, distribution of aid, and so on and so forth. I believe they were also supposed to assist in some way in the baptism of women. If I'm recalling correctly, it was originally foreseen that baptism would be by immersion, and they wanted a female attendant who could help with the immersion without violating social norms. But don't quote me on that. It's been a while since I looked. There's a good history that we have of the IFI written by an old Catholic priest named Peter Ben Smith. It's a very recent publication, I think scarcely more than 10 years old now. We have a copy of it. And Smith talks about some of the history surrounding the admission of women to sacred ministry in the IFI. Basically, it was an uncritical acceptance of what the Episcopalians were doing. There wasn't a whole lot of theological argument. It was sort of, taken for granted that the Episcopalians had thought about it, come to reasoned arguments for it, and the main considerations were, okay, what if the parish priest becomes pregnant? Or what if the parish priest has an unfaithful husband or an abusive husband? Those were the things which occupied the discussions a lot. They officially admitted women to holy orders to the presbyterate in 1996 after admitting them earlier, I think in the late 80s or early 90s, to the diaconate. And just a few years ago, the first woman bishop of the IFI was elected and consecrated. That's Bishop Emeline Dakuykui, who's the Bishop of Batak. So, some of these historical proposals involving women in charitable works by a special title and designation as deaconess sure seem like they could be acceptable to Catholic sensibilities because they were in fact derived from earlier forms. But questions about the admission of women to the clerical state will necessitate a lot of talking through because Pope John Paul II in the 1990s definitively declared that the Church does not have this power through his document Ordinatio Sacerdotales. Is that a satisfactory answer, or can I give you more? Okay.
Okay. Father Tony? Yeah.
Okay. I think we have to distinguish between the Jesuits that came, earlier years, right? And the Jesuits that came in 1921. Of course, in the wider Catholic Church, the U.S., there was a kind of debate there as well, maybe a bit of division. Some were for it, others were against. But the Jesuits and also the Jesuits came to the Philippines or the Jesuits who remained in the United States. Certainly, the names that I gave, William Staunton, for example, was very critical of the American colonial because he came very early, came in 91, and therefore kind of got to know about what was happening around. But then you had others like Father Monahan, or James Monahan, who thought then, even as early as 95, 6, 7, that the mission should already be transferred to the American Jesuits. He had a negative view of the Spanish Jesuits holding on to the Philippines. Once we get to the 1921 group, at some point they had to be told to keep off independence because they were against. And they said it, publicly, and they had to be told, don't say anything about it because you're going to create. I don't agree with the thing about the nationalism just going away. No. It was finding new ways and new forms of expression. As in my criticism of Father Schumacher's Hispanized clergy in the Americanized country, I said, well, it took various ways, various forms, and sought other ways of expressing itself. For example, the vernacular. It's interesting that Bishop Santiago Hayes, James Hayes, Jesuit Bishop of Cagayan de Oro, would get Commonweal, was published in English, but Commonweal then take it to Cagayan de Oro and have it published Tayan. So the whole area of the vernaculars, the local languages, is again something that gets lost, right? In the Spanish-American thing. So that rhetoric and that narrative has to be corrected very, very strong. I also, in Mary's earlier account, when she talks about the Spanish friars, we're talking about the early years of the 20th century. It's no longer just Spanish friars. The Filipino clergy were identified by the American colonial abuse as the most dangerous opponents of American colonial rule. But there is also a tendency now in some more recent scholarship to kind of see how the Catholic Church now kind of served American imperialism. I said probably in the US, it's correct. But in the Philippines, this will take a long time before anything like that, I think, can concluded. You understand, the situation was much more complex, difficult, etc., etc. So there, I thought it's interesting to look at these letters and correspond, like Rome, because it's the Jesuits are very monarchical. If you read the letter of Connor, one of the American Jesuits who came in 1921, even today, Jesuits would be astounded by the tone of his voice, basically accusing the general, who was a Polish guy, okay, accusing him of basically not understanding the American Jesuits and American culture. And I think many Jesuits were horrified, okay, including Father Byrne, because they did not expect Father. And in fact, at some point, he calls him right, demented, okay, crazy, okay, subject to some kind of psycho-emotional difficulty. Anyway, that's the context.
Questions? Yes, EJ?
Hi, good morning. My name is EJ Afilada from the Interdisciplinary Studies Department. I have the same question both for Joseph and for Father Tony. And for it, I'd like to go back to Mary's observation in her keynote about apples and snow. So I'm curious because she talks about two movements where when you have American education, first you start with the assumption that what works in America works in the Philippines. So we have these textbooks that talk about apples and snow that we just import here. And then the second movement is this readjustment, realizing that we can't teach Filipino children to count apples because they don't know what apples are in the first place. And then revising the textbooks so that they have mangoes and rain instead of snow. I'm curious if in either of the contexts you've researched, there's this type of movement. So in the case of the IFI revising their canon law based on the American model, was there a sort of re-revision when they realized, are there Philippine realities that this model doesn't take into account? And in the case of the American Jesuits, I'm specifically interested in Boston College. You mentioned that Father Byrne went to Boston College for undergrad.
No, he was born in Boston.
Though I did see in the obituary you
saw it there?
I
He
saw
was
that it
educated
said
in
he
Boston.
went to Boston College. And I'm just curious, would that have been a model? What would these American Jesuits have thought? What we're doing in Boston College, maybe we can just introduce it here in Ateneo. The mascot of Boston College is the golden eagle, and I'm just curious, is that where the blue eagle comes from?
Who wants to go first?
You know, there was actually something I am quite fascinated by, and it falls outside the scope of my presentation. But years ago, I sat in an introductory Filipino course here, and one of the things that my instructor in that class mentioned is that Filipino is a very inclusive language, likes to take words and adapt them, Philippinize them. And I've noticed that Aglipayan canon law is also quite eclectic. It has this inclusive tendency. It's looking for things that work and trying to make them work in Philippine contexts. This brings me to my point. Not only are there noticeable Anglican influences on Aglipayan canon law, large sections of the 1947 and the current 1977 canonical orders are English translations of the 1917 Roman Catholic Code of Canon Law. I mean, it's word for word in some places. I'm sorry that this is not more to your question, but I find it interesting that they see, oh, this is how the Catholics do things. Let's take and see if it works. This is how the Episcopalians do things. Let's see if it works. Something more distinctive, you know, I mentioned that there was a push for greater representation in the Philippines, and I think that the IFI did this in perhaps a more conscious and deliberate way than the Episcopalian Church has, though I'd have to study that some more. What strikes me is that there's a system of sectoral representation in the General Assembly, in the Executive Commission, which operates as the governing body when the General Assembly is not in session, as well as in diocesan and parish councils. So you've got the clergy on the one hand, and the laity are represented by three sectoral groups. Uh, the men, the women, and the youth, right? And so the priests' organization, the men's organization, the women's organization, and the youth organization all have got some importance in governing the affairs of the church at different levels. And if you'd be interested to know more about the youth of the IFI, I can recommend you talk to our colleague, Professor Jun Sabug, who's a former president of the National Youth Organization of the IFI from back in the 70s. So I thought that was one way I could respond to your question.
Thank you.
We're talking about language, right? Was it?
Or if not, I think models more or pedagogy more broadly.
Yeah. Well, in the last one of the last slides there, I showed the points of controversy, and it had something to do with Mindanao, for example. Father Byrne was really opposed to American Jesuits going to Mindanao, but one of the reasons for that was that he thought it would be very difficult for the American Jesuits to learn Visayan. And of course, the conditions would be much more Spartan, difficult, etc. Okay? So he was looking out, I guess, for his own men. But here's the thing. You've talked about Boston, etc., etc. There is a kind of a commonality that runs through all Jesuit schools, and that's the humanistic tradition, the liberal arts. Later, of course, they would develop into more complex educational institutions. But in that earlier period, that actually the Ateneo, even when it was still Ateneo Municipal de Manila, one should not forget that Rizal learned to become what is called the perito mercantil. He learned land survey. Okay. Land survey. What was Rizal doing? Learning land surveying, right? Well, because of that dispute in Calamba. In any case, what for me is more important is that the fact that the society, with its center in Rome, so here you have a kind of various, it's a multi-polar kind of world, multi-center. No? You had Washington at some point, or New York, if you wish, you had Madrid, Rome, you had et cetera, et cetera. I think it's this global perspective that perhaps is very often left out. A global history of the Jesuits would be very interesting. And I think McGreevy kind of tries to do that in his last chapter in his book. Here I'd like to read as kind of a last thing what Father Hanselman wrote. And I think it's very interesting coming from somebody like him. It says, at the previous one, he says, Rome was not built in a day. It is not wise to anticipate the ways of providence, reaching like wisdom from end to end, mightily and disposing all things sweetly. Judicious waiting and patient studying of the situation and prudent adaptation of men and ways to existing conditions and circumstances are not waste of time and energy, but necessary for permanent and ultimate success. Let us have no illusions. Americans will not change the fundamental character of the Oriental. Recognition, I think, a basic principle, right? This is different from that of Europe and America and needs studying and understanding. To wish to exterminate it and supplant it by the American character is futile. I would have wanted Mary to say something more about that. Okay. Let us influence that character for good where it is necessary, mold it according to new social developments, language, it disappeared. Okay, language, by what is commendable in our ways and methods, but not violent. Such a change is like all solid education, not a coat of paint that we put on the Filipinos, but a growth. And normal growth is slow. Forced growth has painful effect. The other extreme, that of too great conservatism, is equally dangerous. Change conditions must be recognized. Otherwise, great moral harm will be the result. All of which goes to show that prudence, tact, time, patience, a broad outlook, and a courageous determination are necessary. Watchful waiting is good when administered dose. So remember, supposedly, Father de la Costa said, faith, hope, and love, and the greatest of them is prudence.
Thank you.
You know, Mary Racelis is still in the Zoom room, so I said, if she is listening to Father Tony, you know, we will try to get in touch with her in chat and let her respond. But are there any more questions? Yes, please. Yes, Chas.
I'm sorry. Good morning, and thank you very much, Joe and Father Tony, for your presentation. Well, I have so many things in my mind, but I'll just ask one question for each of you, and one for Joe, and that is, well, there exists as far as I understand, there exists a communion between the IFI and the correct me if I'm wrong, the Anglican communion in general. And I'm always been curious, basically, what facilitated this communion? What are the key ingredients that will facilitate this relationship between the two churches? Okay, and then for Father Tony, well, 1983, I was doing my research here as an undergrad, and I met Father Angel Hidalgo, one of the old Spanish teachers, Jesuits, I'm sorry, and he helped me a lot with his paper, and he said he's been here for decades. But I'm curious, and I never got to answer this question through reading, and that is, for those Spanish Jesuits who stayed after 1921, what happened to them? Were they automatically transferred to the mission, or did they have to pass through a different decision after that? So thank you very much.
Thank you for the question, Chaz. At least you didn't make it a hard one. When the IFI was proclaimed in 1902, its bishops were all already ordained Roman Catholic priests, but they didn't have a bishop who would consecrate them to the episcopacy. And on the basis of the theology in those days, they argued that the difference between a priest and a bishop is merely one of jurisdiction. In other words, a priest has already everything that a bishop has, except for a capacity to exercise ecclesiastical power. So the theory of the day was episcopal consecration activates judicial capacities already latent and implied in the power of order. Now, since the Second Vatican Council, we take a very different view, and we regard the episcopacy as a third higher grade of priesthood, the fullness of priesthood, as we say. I mention this because the first Aglipayan bishops weren't entirely confident of their reasoning, and they sought legitimacy by reaching out to other ecclesiastical communions. In my presentation, I mentioned overtures to Bishop Charles Brent, as well as to the Union of Utrecht, that is the grouping of old Catholic churches founded on the church existing in Utrecht from a long time, but which gained a lot of adherents in opposition to the definition of papal infallibility at the First Vatican Council. Okay. Brent and the old Catholics were quite cool to Aglipai, who then sought support from American Unitarians. And he toured the United States, I think in the 1930s, was pretty warmly received there. But the use of Unitarian formulas represented a big ecumenical stumbling block. I described in my talk how Bishop Isabelo de los Reyes Jr. reached out to the Anglicans for material support, which seems to have been the main thing he was after, but let's not also discredit his desire to return to a Trinitarian profession of faith. Isabelo de los Reyes is the father, Junior, mind you, Junior is the father of ecumenism in the Philippines. He was instrumental in founding the National Conference of Churches of the Philippines, which unites the IFI, the Episcopalians, and a number of Protestant groups, as well as some new religious movements. De los Reyes was very active in seeking formal relations, not only with the Episcopal Church in the United States, but also with other Anglican churches throughout the world, signing formal documents about them. Father Peter Ben Smith, who I mentioned earlier, this old Catholic priest and historian, has an article about this where he describes the efforts to formalize relations with these other groups. This has given, as I said, Aglipayan clergy access to Anglican institutions. It's led to material support, charitable partnerships, and also better relations with the Episcopal Church in the Philippines has enabled the IFI to engage in ministry to the Filipino diaspora in places such as Hong Kong, London, as well as the United States and Canada, where it has 2 missionary dioceses. So you can find an Aglipayan Cathedral in Florida, or you can find Aglipayan congregations using Anglican churches in the United Kingdom.
Yep. To the second question, Cass, some went to India, some remained. And those that remained, many of them were in Mindanao. Because at some point there will be some kind of difficulties there as well for American and Spanish Jesuits to live together. So that they thought, let's give the northern Mindanao missions to the American Jesuits and let's leave the southern Jesuit missions to the Spanish Jesuits. But obviously this was not going a real solution. So some would in fact move to India. Some would return to Spain after the revolution. I think about a third of Jesuit manpower, almost half, would be gone, although it will build up once again during the first 2 decades of the 20th century. So, but some stayed on in Manila because they still needed somebody to teach Spanish, There were some Spanish Jesuits who were actually sent to the US to study, to get some, graduate degrees, etc., etc. So I don't know, but maybe what I just like to say also is that now we have, I think, very few American Jesuits still alive. The youngest of them, I think, is Father Bill Abbott, who is in his 80s. So he's in Sacred Heart Mission. So Father Bill, I think, was the young. You want to say something? Okay, so that would be another transition, right? The American Jesuits to the Filipino Jesuits. I think June Aguilar and Nicholas Steve wrote something about that, focusing on Horacio de la Costa. Charlie Samuya, I think, focused a bit on the history of institutions like Philippine Studies, IPS. There's another one. The press, right? Ateneo de Manila Press. So these things are bringing out certain details about our beloved institution, etc., enabling us to understand it a little bit more. So I'm really actually excited because in terms of research, more can be done. Maybe our younger faculty, budding scholars, there's so much. Like even just this Woodstock letters, just mining it for, let's say, mentality, right? A history of mentality, history of how people thought, what they felt, etc., etc. Because it's one of the really fascinating things. We've often talked about the Hispanization of the native, right? The Americanization of the Filipino, but I also think that it's really both ways, right? It's the indigenization or the Filipinization of both the Spaniard and the American. It's always a two-way. It's just that maybe we don't pay much attention to the other direction. That would be a fascinating area of research. Thank you.
a different kind of two-way street is that this is hybrid. So we're going to go to the other existence of this conversation. Ma'am Mary Racelis is still in the Zoom. And I asked her, she gave me a thumbs up when I asked, do you want to weigh in or perhaps respond? All right, I hope we could hear you. Can you
Yes.
can you talk a bit so we can hear, we can check?
Okay, if you can hear me, can you hear me now? Yeah. Thank you. I mean, this has been very interesting, and of course, it brought to mind many of the issues of religion and the American entry. I think first, well, let me first talk about the Jesuits because I've been there since 1960, so I remember the whole history. When I came in, the American Jesuits were the dominant ones. They were the big scholars, it was Lynch and Cronin and so on in linguistics and so on in philosophy. They were it. Um, the the equivalent Filipino scholars were, of course, Father La Costa and a couple of others, but they were quite a minority in relation to the scholarly recognition, it seems, right? And I watched, I was part of the history of how that all shifted during from the first quarter storm onward, where these dominant American Jesuits began to lose credibility because they were Americans, not because their scholarship was in question, but because they were Americans and they had the power in the university. Whereas you had people like Father Joe Cruz, of course, the older Father Cruz, who was then taking over and in political science, or also our first Filipino president, I think. Anyway, they were very close to the Americans. So they were, as far as I know, there was never that much public animosity there that we could see, because we always heard the tradition of the back porch at the Jesuit residence, which was the afternoon, early evening beer drinking session where everybody got, still kept the camaraderie. The shift, I guess, came very much from Loyola House of Studies, because that's where the seminarians were. And they were, I think, almost all Filipino. And they were very much in the nationalist movement in relation to activists and so on, right? So they were kind of the crux of the shifting away. Students also to some extent, but I do remember that for me, terrible book burning of mentioned earlier of Father, what's his name, who wrote this quite a good book, I think. But there it was already, he was American and he was not a friendly person. He was not liked personally because of his attitude. Just as an example, not long after he arrived, it was Lent. And in the valley, Marikina, they were singing the Passion, loud at night with microphones, singing. And he was up there in the Jesuit residence, and he was annoyed. And I don't know if he felt that it was not really Catholic. I'm not sure of that. But I heard that he called the police to stop them from singing. Well, you can imagine an American priest telling them to stop singing the Pabasa. So that got the students against him, and that did the book burning. So those were some of the incidents that began to undermine the American Jesuits on campus. And some of them, I think, gave up and left. I mean, they felt they were no longer appreciated. They were out of place. Some stayed nonetheless, and through their scholarship still had a place and were recognized, even though always in debate. When Father Lynch did this big study of sugar planters and so on, there was a fight, a struggle between a Jesuit seminarian at the time, what's his name? You can remember that, Father Tony, and Father Lynch, as if Father Lynch was defending the planters when, of course, if you read the book, you see that he's actually showing where the difficulties are in the sugar plantations, right? Father, oh, anyway, you'll remember that. But the seminarian father, who is he wrote in the paper his experience as a person who worked cutting sugar cane as part of his Jesuit mission. And it was, of course, very personal. And the life of the sugar cutters were, I forgot what you call them anyway, were terrible, right? So that became a struggle. I don't think Father Lynch fought his own brother seminarian. And there was a lot of this unease, I think, in the Jesuit community, from what I heard, that two Jesuits are seen on opposite sides having to defend, etc. So those were very painful times. I know, because I knew many, of course I knew them all. And when I went to the Jesuit, the cemetery, and I see all of them, my friends who are all there, it, but let me say, in the end, the ones I know, well, some of them, like Father Lynch, became a Filipino citizen.
Yes.
Father Schumacher, and a few
Yeah.
others. And I remember Father Lynch coming back because the American embassy he went to the embassy to turn over his passport, and the consul kept saying, "Father, are you sure? Nobody takes on Filipino citizenship who had American. Are you sure?" And Father said, "I've been here many years. I feel like a Filipino, and that's it." And so he turned in his passport. So there were those, there was a whole range of people, and it was a very difficult time for Filipinism in Ateneo to take over. I don't know. I have a couple of other things I would say, but maybe Father Tony wants to say something, or it's too much time.
No, just to thank you. You're a walking primary source and a living archive. You mentioned 1960. That's the year I was born.
Yeah, see that? Yeah, exactly.
I'm a senior citizen already, so you can imagine. But in any case, yes, those are. But you see, I was talking more about 1921 to 1985, right? Okay, and this history will continue, as you know. That Philippine nationalist thing among Jesuits, Filipino Jesuits, it's something that will actually begin already in the 1930s. But the war, I think, as Mary pointed out, would bring Filipino and American, actually Jesuits as well, together. So this common experience of suffering during the war, incarceration. De la Costa was in Fort Santiago. So many of the American Jesuits were either in UST or in Los Baños, etc. So this suffering, this common suffering, I think, has created that bond. But it would take again, therefore, at least several more years for this nationalist thing to come up. But of course, today we're much more conscious as well of post-colonial history, for example, right? The colonizer is gone, but we're now colonizing each other, right? And of course, we talked about Manila imperialism, many cases down south, and now we started talking about Davao imperialism as well, as if the Davaoenos can speak for the whole of Mindanao. Right, Pat? Tied to the Dutertes, I guess. So, I mean, everything has become very interesting, very complex, but I think very exciting.
Okay. And on that note, let me invite all of you to more complex conversations to come this afternoon. We can return at 2:00 for the second panel, The Uses and Functions of English, with Dr. Isabel Martin, Dr. Cian Abad, and Kingsley Bolton. And that will be followed by panel number 3 on, wait, I have it here. Panel number 3 is on American Miseducation and Colonial Logics. The speakers are Dr. Rowie Asada Palacios, Kelly Louise Rexy Agra from the University of Dublin and UP Baguio, and PJ Mariano Capistrano, University of Stockholm, also Ateneo. I think, you're right. So before I say goodbye, I have an announcement to make. Sorry, not Ma'am Mary, we're not able to extend this invitation to you, but everybody in this room, may we invite you to lunch at Sexy. It sounds sexy, but Sexy Foyer. We have enough for everybody who attended today, so please join us for lunch. And with that, let's give our speakers a big round of applause to our keynote speaker and our panelists this morning. Please join us for lunch and see you again in the afternoon. Thank you, everybody.
Yep, we're about to start.
Good afternoon,
Recording
everybody.
in progress.
This is Contacts and Continuities, Part 2, 125 years of Philippine-American encounters. This is an international conference hosted by the School of Humanities and the School of Social Sciences of the Ateneo de Manila University. It is September 9, Monday, and 2 p.m. It's now 2 p.m. in Manila. We are live streaming on the Ateneo de Manila University YouTube channel. Good afternoon again to everyone. I am Priscilla Cruz of the Department of English of the School of Humanities, Ateneo de Manila University, and I will be the moderator of this panel. Panel 2 is on the uses and functions of English. We have 3 speakers who will each be given 15 minutes to present their papers. After that, the audiences online and on-site will have an opportunity to ask questions. For our viewers on YouTube, you may submit your questions via the chat box. As this panel is on the uses and functions of English, through our 3 speakers, we will look at the impact of English as brought by the Americans over decades of Philippine history and Philippine language and literature. Our first speaker is Dr. Isabel Pefianco Martin. She is professor and chair of the Department of Educational Leadership and Management of the Ateneo de Manila University. She is a leading figure in English language studies in the country, having published in various internationally recognized publications on topics including Philippine English, English language education, English sociolinguistics, and forensic or legal linguistics. She is currently the president of the International Association for World Englishes and managing editor of Asian English, a Scopus indexed journal. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Isabel Martin.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Prixie, for that introduction. You have the first slide. Okay, so good afternoon again. In this presentation, I'm going to talk about maybe you just the next slide. Sorry, just yeah, okay. So I'm going to talk about creativity in Englishes in the Philippines that is evident in both literary and non-literary works produced in the current context of multilingualism. The term creativity in language use is traditionally associated with language of literary texts. This suggests that a systematic study of creativity in language use lies only in the esoteric fields of literary studies and creative writing. However, I wish to approach creativity in the sense of what Carter describes as not simply a property of exceptional people, but an exceptional property of all people. I approach creativity in Englishes in the Philippines as everyday creativity, beginning with a discussion of Brad Catro's concept of bilingual creativity, introduced in his 1985 groundbreaking work. This Catrovian concept of creativity is revisited in the light of 21st century sociolinguistic realities. In this revisiting, I extend the concept of bilingual creativity beyond traditional approaches to creativity in language use. So very briefly, I'll talk about Catro's concept of bilingual creativity. Now, this concept is central to Catrovian sociolinguistics. It is one of the most influential concepts in the world Englishes paradigm, having been instrumental in reconceptualizing the form and function of world Englishes. However, despite being a core area of study of for Castro, bilingual creativity is also seen as the often neglected sub-area of sociolinguistic stylistics. This concept of bilingual creativity may be unpacked in this quote by Castro, which I'll give you a few seconds to read. Okay, the quote sums up or tells us that the term bilinguals creativity, as Castro notes, covers the creativity of multilinguals and multilingual societies. Second, the phenomenal spread and diffusion of English has resulted in the pluricentricity of the language, which means that there are both quote-unquote native and non-native models of English language use, with each model having its own set of norms. Castro also reminds us that there is in fact more non-native than native models of Englishes. Bilingual's creativity is also manifested in contact literatures, and Castro refers to contact literatures as literatures in English written by the users of English as a second language, which are a product of multicultural and multilingual speech communities and have both a national identity and linguistic distinctiveness. Now, the issue of English. Okay, wait, did I miss one slide? Yeah, okay. For Castro's bilingual's creativity, creativity is the same as innovation, now which is a form of the decolonization in which language use diverges from inner circle norms, usually colonial norms. Bilingual's creativity in this sense is what Ashcroft et al. Refers to as the empire writing back in post-colonial settings. Users of English, through the literature they write, assert their identity and as distinct from former colonial masters. Although bilingual's creativity in the early works of Castro is discussed in the context of literatures in English in non-native contexts, I'd like to use the term non-native here in scare quotes, and this is because the distinction between native and non-native is not that clear-cut anymore. I argue that the concept also covers everyday Englishes in these contexts. By definition, bilingual's creativity refers to creative linguistic processes which are the result of competence in two or more languages. It involves two processes, namely, the designing of a text which uses linguistic resources for two or more related or unrelated languages, and second, the use of verbal strategies in which subtle linguistic adjustments are made for psychological, sociological, and attitudinal reasons. The term applies to both individual and the community, thus underscoring the reality that bilingual's creativity does not only mark identity, but also points to shared practices as it connects members of a community to one another. Now, I use the term creativity in Englishes in this presentation in an attempt to extend Castro's bilingual creativity to everyday Englishes. Taking a 21st century lens in revisiting bilingual's creativity, I raise two questions, which at the moment may or may not have answers yet. Now, first, how do we apply the concept of bilingual's creativity to users of English in outer circle contexts where the language is used not as an additional language by some, but also as a mother tongue? No, English as a mother tongue in outer circle contexts, such as the Philippines. Second, taking the position that creativity is not the exclusive domain of creative writing, how do we approach bilingual's creativity as everyday creativity? Okay. Now, the issue of English as mother tongue in so-called non-native context is another area of research that is getting little attention. Saraceni in 2015, in unpacking the binary categories of native speaker and non-native speaker, lists the following 5 questions, which he asserts to have no universal agreement. Now, first, do native speakers and non-native speakers constitute absolute separate categories? Second, are these terms ideologically loaded and possibly discriminatory? Okay. Third, do these terms involve extra-linguistic characteristics such as ethnicity? Fourth, even assuming that distinct categories do exist, do members of one or the other category necessarily make better teachers of English? Okay. And finally, within a World Englishes frame, can we say that there are native speakers of outer circle Englishes? And actually, the answer to the last question is actually yes. Now, in the Philippine context, in work that I did in 2014, I argued that Englishes in the Philippines cannot be simplistically categorized as outer circle varieties, especially from the viewpoint of attitudes towards English. I argue that within outer circle Philippines, there are inner circle, outer circle, and expanding circle Englishes. The inner circle variety corresponds to what has been described as quote-unquote educated Philippine English. It's the English that we use here now in this conference, the inner circle English in the Philippines. It is this variety that is the object of study of most scholarly works in English in the Philippines. And then there is an outer circle variety, an outer circle of Filipino speakers of English who are powerless to support and maybe ambivalent about Philippine English. And then there is the expanding circle of users of English to whom the language is largely inaccessible, corresponding to what we would call as EFL situation, so English as a foreign language. Now, among the inner circle speakers of English in the Philippines, we will find a substantial number, that's us, whose mother tongues are in English. And I use the term mother tongue here in the sense of what UNESCO refers to as the language which a person acquires in early years and which normally becomes his natural instrument of thought and communication. Now, for Filipinos whose mother tongue is English, the language is not an additional language. For these Filipinos, I mean for us, no, English is one of 2 or 3 mother tongues. Do we say then that these Filipinos are in fact native speakers of English? And what implications does this have on the notion of creativity in Englishes? Now, the English language has diffused and spread so rapidly and radically throughout the world that the language has evolved into forms that are profoundly different from its 20th century versions. And because I only have limited time, I will skip this and move to examples of creativity in Englishes. Okay. In Southeast Asia, this was documented by Schneider. You can see here that there is code mixing, code meshing, and translingual practice. Okay. I have to move a bit faster. Another example provided to us in Brunei by Chin, where you see here literature. There are the characters here are communicating in a Malay Muslim context. No? And in the Philippines, I'd like to share with you this poem by Paulo Manalo, okay, whose works Pope describes as bending the language as far as he can. Now, in this poem, geography, okay, it's a very interesting. I'd like to read it, but I don't have read it out loud because it's fun. But I don't have that much time. Here, the poet uses transliterations to convey expressions impossible to convey in English. And Cheta has documented these couplets, no, from Paulo Manalo's geography, and you can see here, very interesting. If you compare the first column and the second column, in the first column, the line goes, "Oh, how dead you are, whose spoiled sportedness is being fashion showed." Translated in our own words, patay kang bata ka, nag-fashion show. It's a very interesting study, no, of language, and there are so many of these actually in Philippine literature. Okay, now creativity in Englishes is also found in everyday exchanges between Filipinos whose mother tongue is English. So the example I have here is something I picked up on Facebook. Me, that's the teacher, talking to 2 students. No, so he goes, this is some gang. I cannot read it, but if you look at the last line, that's me saying, please translate, but whatever it means, congratulations to you. Okay, so this is an example of everyday creativity. Another example here, this is between, maybe you can, okay. This is a text that my son sent to me. Okay, very typical, no? I text him and I say, where are you now? What time and how are you going home? And he goes, I'm OTW to his house na. I'm going home with Kuya Ino at 8. Then I go, house sa La Vista ba? Ha? No, Valle Verde. I'm sa buying. W, my friend, pabalik to Katipu Bab. And then we know Katipunan asterisk is a marker of correction made in the error. So that's how I communicate with my son. So this is the everyday creativity, no, that we encounter. Okay. Another example, and I always share this a lot, is from the work of I'm not sure if it's still up there, the work of Ricardo Espino Lopez, also known as Arlo Lopez, also known as the knee-jerk critic. No, he reviews films, and which he calls Hanash na Unfiltered. No, Hanash, they speak for say a lot of things. If you look at his blogs, you will find really a delightful mix of formal English, formal Filipino, colloquial English, colloquial Filipino, and a lot of gay speak. An example is provided here. Isa pa lang yan, but if you look at his other work, it's really, really very delightful. No? What is happening here is that Lopez's reviews are inaccessible, no, to readers unfamiliar with his context of situation, because you have to understand a bit of gay speak to be able to understand his text. Maybe I'll just look at one example here. So let me just read very, very briefly. Anyways, tulad ng napanood natin sa animated version, massive fail ang pagma-matchmaking kay Mulan na nagdulot ng dishonor sa La Familia Huaragosa. Kay Aurora, at para tipid sa running time, right at that very moment, umappear ang mga Guardia Civil para i-announce ang royal decree requiring na lahat ng pamilya sa buong kaharian ay required na magpadala ng isang lolurki, no, for training, yada, yada, yada. Okay. May I volunteer si Fudang, syempre, kaka-dishonor lang sa kanila at dahil wichikelt siya, have ng anak na lolurki. You understand, no? Yes. Syempre pa, this led to Mulan na making knockout ng family sword at armor and making takas under the cover of darkness and making panggap na otokos so she can join the army in her Fudang's stead. Okay, so this one is different from all his other works because there's collegiala talk as well, no? So I'll just wrap up now, my last slide. So what I did here in this presentation is I revisited Castro's concept of bilingual creativity and extended the concept to creativity in Englishes using the lens of 21st century sociolinguistic realities. Now, the examples of creativity in Englishes which I presented are all examples in the context of Filipinos writing for or conversing with Filipinos. Okay? These examples actually do not capture another important context of use of Englishes, and this is in the aspect of mobility and migration. When Filipinos interact with non-Filipinos, no, in foreign spaces, to be sure, creativity in Englishes also take place. Now, what linguistic innovations are created in such situations? How would creativity in everyday talk look like in this context? Now, these are questions that this presentation hopes to put forward to future scholars and researchers of creativity in Englishes. Okay, so in the end, all of these explorations on linguistic and literary creativity point to the ubiquity of language and of the continuing spread and diffusion of English to all aspects of our lives. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Isabel. Our next speaker is Dr. Sian Abad Hugo, formerly of the English Department of the Ateneo de Manila University. She is a writer of books for children and young adults. She currently works as a part-time lecturer at Loyola House of Studies, Ateneo de Manila University, teaching effective reading and writing to Jesuit brothers in their junior. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Sian Abad Hugo. Good afternoon. What I would wait. I still don't have my slides. So what I would like to share with you today is taken mostly from an article recently published in Englishes, with thanks to Professor Emeritus Kingsley Bolton of World Englishes, and thanks especially to my colleagues, Professor Isabel Martin and Professor Brixitan, who forced me to write this paper. Just kidding. What had so... Oh, sorry. Pause. Well, I think I can still keep speaking. Yeah. Okay. What had so excited Prixie, and maybe I can ask, did it excite you too, Isabel? As I understood it, was this pronouncement by poet, scholar, and national artist Hemeno H. Abad, who said that we have our own way of thinking, we have our own way of feeling, by which we then use this language called English. There, yeah. So that English is ours, we have colonized it too. Perhaps this is an answer to questions that have been asked over and over again throughout our history. How can you have a Philippine literature in someone else's language? Is it possible to have a Philippine literature in a borrowed tongue like English? Of course, the favorite answer is yes, because it is no longer a borrowed tongue, but ours, one of our national languages. But let me take you through some of Abad's pronouncements. And I come armed with lots of quotes, so please bear with me. I would like to share the quotes so we can read together. First, you might have noticed from my article that I use a preposition from rather than in. Abad distinguishes between writing in a language and writing from that language. He explains. At first, previous slide. At first, any writer writes in a given historical language, say English or Tagalog, but much later in his agon or contest with words, as he gains mastery over the grammar, syntax, rhetoric, he works from them his story or poem. He forges, in that word's triple sense, his own trail through, so he adds a third preposition, through the tangled woods of a language, and makes his own clearing there where his own people might recognize themselves. So let's go through this slowly. Abad explains that first, we are born in or born into a given language. We are taught words and speech by our parents and family in whatever language that is. And so these words are what we know and what we use to communicate. These are the words of the community, which Abad says secretes the community's way of looking and feeling about its world. So from birth, we are informed or formed within by the speech of the community. Elsewhere, Abad also refers to us as spoken for by the language of the community, a language which we have imbibed from childhood and which has shaped our consciousness. So this to him is writing in a language. We make use of the words that are given us, and we are informed, spoken for, and shaped by that language. Abad continues, but much later, in his or the writer's agon or contest with words, as he gains mastery over the grammar, syntax, and rhetoric, he works from them his story or poem. We don't need, I think, to be thrown off by the idea of the writer as someone else. The writer could be us or anyone who has ever put pen to paper or opened mouth to speak in order to express one's thoughts and feelings. We have all tried to say what we mean or feel. Putting to words one's ideas and experiences, forming words to express one's thoughts and feelings is already for Abad a translation. He likes to do this, from the Latin transfere or translatus, which means to ferry across. He says that when we speak or write, we ferry across the words of a given historical language the news of our living. Therefore, translation is never quick and easy if you want to be deeply understood. It is an agon or a contest or a struggle with words, even when these words are what we have been born into. No matter the language, we struggle to express who we are, to express mixed feelings. What's eating Gilbert Grape? What's wrong with Secretary Kim? So we have to gain some mastery over the language in order to translate or to ferry across from experience, raw experience, to expression, and to work from language to form a story or poem, a speech, a song, to get across what you mean, etc. So let's stay with this some more, the working of a language. Oh, sorry, I forgot to click. Back. The key word is work. The English word verse versus furrows already signals the work of cultivation. The writer works the language as the farmer tills the soil to bear his crop. And then we have discussed this part already. The ground of that language, which he has imbibed from his childhood and has shaped his own consciousness, is his own community's way of thinking and feeling about their world. Thus, he is spoken for. But Abad adds, and yet, from the working of the language, he may speak his own mind, and thereby even change or transform his community's outlook, values, prejudices in his own clearing within language. So I have segged into this quote because it quite explains or matches the third portion of in and from and through. The writer forges his own trail through the tangled woods of a language and makes his own clearing there where his own people might recognize themselves. So forging a trail through the tangled woods of a language is the agon or struggle with words. And making a clearing for oneself and for one's people is the ultimate goal in the mastery of a language. I would like at this point to enumerate with you the our agricultural verbiage we have so far harvested from Abad. In many of his essays, we come across these ideas seen on the slides. So verse means furrows, work the language as one works the soil, make a clearing for us to understand ourselves, one another, our people, our country. That's repeated over and over again in his essays. I draw your attention to these items because they share the same sense with the word colonization. To colonize is the action or process of settling among and establishing control over the indigenous people of an area. So that's just cut and pasted from the dictionary. The root word comes from Latin colonia, settlement, farm, from colonus, settler, farmer, from colere, cultivate. So we'll just make use of the same words. To colonize the English language must be the action or process of settling among the words of the English language, creating a settlement in the English language, and wresting control from it. In other words, gaining mastery over it. So it's probably a very unpleasant word, is a very unpleasant word, colonization. But I do agree with the idea that it is a process. It implies the passage of time and the agon or struggle to gain mastery over a people or over a language. I have found two more passages in the course of my readings where Abad similarly makes this claim. Clearly, the last century, this is in imagination's way, our last century is English in our history, as the 3 centuries before were Spanish. And yet, through all that time, we created our own clearing in those languages and in our own. So even in our own languages, like Filipino, Cebuano, Pampangueño, etc. We've been romancing the English language long enough so that now it is ours, assimilated into our languages and our consciousness. We've in fact recolonized it. In another book, Past Mountain Dreaming, he says, doubtless, English over almost 50 years of the American colonial regime in the Philippines, and even long after our political independence in 1946, has through our educational system shaped in various ways at various depths our mind and sensibility. So that's being spoken for by a borrowed tongue. And yet, all along, over the past century, our writers have in turn colonized that imperial tongue. So generations of us have been spoken for by English soon after it became the medium of instruction from the very first school the Americans put up on Corregidor Island. But for Abad, Philippine literature in English, or rather, Philippine literature from English, has demonstrated that its writers have spoken back by appropriating, wresting the English language from colonizer hands, and having mastered it by making a clearing or settlement for themselves, for the people. So this is why to Abad, language is like a tool. It doesn't matter what language you choose as much as what you do with it. Also, to Abad, a sense for language, a mastery of any language enables one to have a sense for country. So he says, language and country, they go together, for it is with language that in our soul we take hold of our country, what I insist on calling a country to our image. Our country is only how we imagine her each time. Then we may always find her in every story and every poem. So what he means is we find our country in our literature. Even when written from English, we can still read, speak of, express our Philippine matter, our country and our lives as Filipinos. Last slide. Abad explains country to mean our land and our people, our day-to-day living, our full consciousness of ourselves, our life of feeling. Elsewhere, he has identified these details to mean Filipino matter. It is greater than nation, but it is never clear. We only know it is always ours to forge and to reclaim. It is for us to claim our own hold over the English language and colonize it to express our Filipino matter. I just wanted to add, because I was listening to Professor Mary Racelis this morning, and she said on American education that we have learned, adopted, rejected, and transformed all that we have learned from the Americans through their education. But I think it also goes for the language. We have learned English, we have adopted it, we have rejected probably some words of it, and by using such language, we can also transform. That's it. Thank you. Thank you, Sian. Our final speaker for this panel, who will be speaking to us via Zoom, is Kingsley Bolton. He is Professor Emeritus at the University of Stockholm and has published widely on English across the Asian region. His publications include the Handbook of Asian Englishes and the Routledge Handbook of English Medium Instruction in Higher Education. He is co-editor of the journals Educational Studies and World Englishes, series editor of the Routledge book series Multilingual Asia, and chief editor of the Wiley-Blackwell Encyclopedia of World Englishes. He has also researched aspects of English in the Philippines, and with Professor Maria Lourdes S. Bautista, has co-edited a volume on Philippine English linguistic and literary perspectives. Ladies and gentlemen, let's now listen to Dr. Kingsley Bolton.
Okay, I'll bring up and share my screen. Hang on, I think I've got to reshare now. Let's see. Yep. Okay. Is that I hope that everyone can see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Fine. Okay. Well, first and foremost, thank you everyone for inviting me to be part of this panel and inviting me to this event. And many thanks to my co-presenters in the panel that we've just heard from. They've done absolutely remarkably well in sticking to the timetable, and I'll do my best to keep my presentation to 15 minutes. But as we're dealing with 125 years of history, I will need to hop over many of the details in about the various aspects of if you like, the arc of history and the arc of linguistic history in relation to English medium education in the Philippines. Topics that will be touched on, at least in the talk, include Anglophone, English-speaking colonialism in Asia, Spanish and US colonialism in the Philippines, Philippine multilingualism, the history of Philippine higher education, and I'll also be reviewing some of the research on English at Ateneo de Manila that I had the opportunity to work on together with Professor Isabel Martin. Okay, well, just moving on to the historical background. I think that from today's perspective, for certainly most young people in Asia and also young people in Europe, it's almost inconceivable that 100 years ago, Asia, many Asian colonies, many Asian societies were dominated by European colonialism, not only British colonialism, but also French, Spanish, Dutch, and Portuguese colonialism. And in this context, the Anglophone powers, the major Anglophone powers, of course, were Britain and the United States, and it was in the United States that the US established English as one of the languages of the Philippines, and this imposition, if you like, of European colonialism and European languages in the Asian region was conducted in an area of immense linguistic diversity. And here we have the slide illustrates the diversity of Asian language families, including the Austronesian family, which Taiwan, Philippines, Indonesia belong to. The linguistic impact of Spanish and US colonialism in the Philippines varied somewhat in its impact and effect. Spanish colonial rule took place over 300 years or so, and education was there were various attempts at universal education under the Spanish, particularly in the 19th century, as I understand the historical context. But the Spanish friars teaching in various institutions, mainly religious institutions, favored tuition through Philippine languages rather through the Spanish language, apart from a smaller number of elite institutions. And by the 1890s, at the time of the advent of American colonialism, only a small minority of the population spoke Spanish. It's estimated something like 5%. American colonial rule, by contrast, attempted to set up a system of mass education throughout the 7,000 Philippine islands. And at the heart of their attempts to establish this system of mass education was their analysis of the quote unquote language problem of the Philippines, which was discussed in the 1925 Monroe Report, which was presented the results of an educational survey. And I think the key quote here is that in the report, there was a discussion of multilingualism in the Philippines. Quote, the census of 1918 recognizes 6 large linguistic groups. The smallest of these includes more than 339,000 people, and the largest 1,850,000. Quote, scientists defined 43 distinct linguistic groups and 87 dialect groups. So this was the problem, if you like, confronted by the early American colonial educators, talking and identifying 43 languages, 87 dialect groups. Today, Ethnologue, the major source of information on the world's languages, estimates there are 175 living languages in the Philippines. Now, the solution that the Americans opted for was an English medium system set up throughout the Philippines, and this was done through the recruitment of teachers, in the first instance, teachers from the United States, who were known as the Thomasites, as the first transport ship that they traveled on was the U.S. Thomas, and they spread out through the Philippines in various primary and secondary schools, elementary and secondary schools throughout the Philippines. And as a result of their efforts and of the efforts of the generations of Philippine teachers of English that succeeded them, English spread throughout the Philippines rather rapidly. The language census of the Philippines ceased including language questions in 1980, but a recent survey by the Social Weather Stations NGO reported that 80% of Filipinos now understood spoken English and 80% could read in English, although only 47% of respondents claim to be, quote unquote, fully competent in English. Moving on to the, if you like, the historical background to languages in Philippine higher education. It's noteworthy that the first institutes of higher education, the first universities, were established by the Spanish, and there are a number of well-known, very famous universities in the Philippines that owe their origins to the Spanish, including Ateneo, the University of Santo Tomas, and the University of San Carlos in Cebu. The United States contribution to higher education began with the University of the Philippines, which was set up by the colonial government as a secular institution, as well as a number of religiously oriented universities that included De La Salle, Far Eastern University, Silliman University, Adamson University, that's still in existence and operation today. From a small handful of higher education institutions in the early 20th century, over the decades, higher education has expanded widely in the Philippines, and today it's estimated there are around 2,300 higher education institutions in the Philippines. The whole issue of English medium instruction in the Asian region is a key area of research. And I was honored to participate in research on this topic with Professor Martin in 2019 to 21, when we conducted questionnaire research and interviews at Ateneo de Manila. The results from our survey of students showed that there was a remarkably positive attitude to English, with students describing their own proficiency as in their own proficiency and claiming that they spoke English either well or very well. Something like 86% of the students polled came in with that figure. And as far as attitudes to English medium education, 89% agreed with English medium education at Ateneo, and 85% stated that they enjoyed English very much or quite a lot, and quite possibly surprisingly or not, a total of 75% of students identified English as their most proficient language. And I've just got a few clips of students from Ateneo talking about the use of English at Ateneo. So perhaps we could hear those now. Let me see. I think I may have to switch speakers for this. Yeah, let's see. I'm sorry about the delay here. Let's see now. Well, let's. I hope this works with the. It's going. I hope this works now with the first student. This was the first student. She's a third-year student from the School of Management, talking about the use of English at Ateneo.
Well, in the Ateneo, we generally don't have any problems when it comes to working, speaking, and writing in English. There are a few cases where we'd have to like ask each other, what does that word mean again? There are times where that happens, but generally we don't really have any problems. I wouldn't say the same for my high school, which is like in a different environment, but in the Ateneo, no problem at all when it comes to the English language.
We also asked students about how important they thought English might be for their future career. The young man in this clip is intending to be a medical doctor, and I think it's interesting to hear his views, because among other things, he also recognizes the importance of Philippine languages.
Very much so, because I'm...
Sorry. Let's see if this now.
It's going to really play a vital role, because as a doctor, I think that in the future I would be sent out to different conferences, and not just in the Philippines, but also all over the world. And I do think that my kind of, my savior in those conferences would be knowing how to, convey myself in English, not just myself, but also what the kind of work that I'm bringing into the table. And I do think that it's very important in terms of like those high level stuff that I have to do. But also part of my job in, for example, if I'm going to practice in the Philippines, is to be a little bit more relatable to to the Filipinos. And I've actually thought of becoming a community doctor. And I realized that if I go and become a community doctor, I can't just use English. I can't just use English because in that way I would feel so disconnected to them, most especially to those who do not even know how to read and speak English. So I think that while I think English is a privilege, I think that it's also a responsibility for the English speaker to kind of like know when to properly use it and not just use it all the time because it has its social cultural nuances as well.
And just one more student talking about the importance of English in her future career, this time a fourth-year student from the School of Management.
Very much so, because I'm actually going to law school after college. So my ambition is to become a lawyer, and English in this field is very obviously very important because the primary language in communicating laws among lawyers, among judges, among people in the corporate world even is English. Also, although I wish I'm going to be a lawyer here in the Philippines, of course, I really have to learn how to communicate outside the bounds of the Filipino language, because I would be speaking with clients or peers, co-workers that are outside of the Philippines. So I also have to learn to adapt to those types of communication matters. So yeah, English it is very important in the field that I am choosing. Very much so, because I'm actually going to law school after.
So just moving on to the conclusion of my talk. In this presentation, I've discussed the legacy of US colonialism with reference to the use of English as the dominant medium of teaching in the Philippines. And in this, we've considered a number of issues, including Anglophone colonialism in the Asian region, Spanish and US colonialism, Philippine multilingualism, and the arc of history, if you like, of Philippine education. We also looked at just now, we've looked at the results of the survey that we conducted at Ateneo University, which generally showed very positive attitudes on the part of the students to the use of English. However, notwithstanding this, I think it would be remiss if one didn't mention the long-standing language debates in the post-colonial era concerning the use of English, concerning the legacy, if you like, of English from as an artifact of US colonialism in Philippines education and among Philippine academics. Indeed, Constantino, in a very influential paper in 1959, and he was a major academic, a major historian in the Philippines, argued in a paper called The Miseducation of the Filipino, argued very strongly against the use of English or the imposition of English in the Philippine education system. Quote, "In exchange for a smattering of English," he claimed, "we've yielded our souls. The stories of George Washington and Abraham Lincoln made us forget our own nationalism. The American history turned our heroes into brigands in our own eyes and distorted our vision of the future." And this discourse, if you like, of critique of English as a colonial language in the Philippines has been continued through generations of academics in the Philippines. However, whether such a critique still holds as much power today as it did in the 1950s and 1960s is perhaps debatable. Gottinger, in a very interesting paper on Philippine English interesting article in 2023, wrote about this very topic. And Gottinger is interesting because he's a Philippine journalist working for Rappler, which is an online news agency in the Philippines, but also working for British and American news outlets. And in a paper that discussed his experience with British and American editors. He makes a strong claim that the Philippine variety of English should be recognized in its own right. Quote, "For better or worse, the English language is integral to my experience of life as a Filipino." So when someone comes along implying that their English is more important or more valid than mine, I feel it is an affront to Filipinos in general, who have an entire culture and literature, names, conversations, novels, newspapers, magazines, books, films, plays, shows, songs, poems, laws, every single official document, billboards, street signs, letters, web pages, social posts, chat messages, text messages, emails, spam, product labels, food wrappers, every other scrap of garbage, an entire existence encoded in this language. So should we regard English as a colonial construct? Today, internationally and also in the Asian region, English is seen as an important educational lingua franca, but also as a lingua franca in the business world and in international organizations. The quote from Göttingen, which I showed on the previous slide, I think, in some ways reflects or resonates with the attitudes and aspirations of Ateneo's own students. Typically, these students, while acknowledging the importance of Philippine languages, are also very well aware of the role of English as an international language and the benefits of English for their intended professional careers. For them, the choice of English medium education is less concerned with the legacies of colonialism and far more motivated by practical decisions concerning their personal and professional development. So, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kingsley. We now have time for questions from the audience. For those in the auditorium, please approach the microphone, give your name, and then ask your question. For those watching on YouTube, please enter your questions on the chat box. All right, sir, please.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Bong de la Torre from Bicol. I'm so happy to be here. I was shanghaied by my friend Dina Manrique. This is I'm going back to Bicol tomorrow, and I'm a theater practitioner, and I'm sort of busy doing backstage work, trying to organize the culture and arts community in Bicol, and it's a running discourse. What language do we use? The whole conference is inspiring for me because I think we analyze through English, and we talk about yung mga pangarap and our dreams and aspirations in our mother tongue. And the whole thing about the definition of what a mother tongue is also gave me a different paradigm. There's something beautiful about any language, especially when it crosses over to our dream state. I did a lot of volunteer work with the different tribes all over the Philippines. And there's maybe I'll have my brain examined because I'm also a spoken word artist. And when you hit a very creative frequency, sometimes the feelings and the thoughts, they just blur, and I mean this literally, a new kind of language comes out. It's somewhere in between melodies and coherent language. I'm still exploring this, and but thank you so much. The whole so far, what I've heard so far, I feel like I have a new lens. I'm still experimenting with it. And I promise to keep in touch and then see where our collective dreams and aspirations will lead us. Mabuhay ang Pilipinas. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, please approach the mic. Hello, I'm Devi Paez from the English department. To put all together the thank you for the wonderful presentations. I just want to hear your comments about fan fiction being published. It's a whole rich and perhaps related but different field, no? It's part of what Isabel said a while ago about the circles within the quote-unquote non-native or variety of English. And then Sian's presentation on recolonizing the English language, and then with Kingsley's presentation on attitudes of our young towards English and how vital it is in their lives, maybe not only in academics but also in what they read. No? So I'm fascinated by what I've seen in National Bookstore. It's a book shelves and shelves of published fan fiction in translingual about romance, action, crime. So just your thoughts on that. How in terms of perhaps research, or what is its place in literature, in creativity? Thank you, Devi.
Hello? Yeah. So Sian and I panicked when you went to the, yeah. So I suppose I'll respond to the language part. She'll respond to the fiction part, the fan fiction part, because she's the creative writer. What Devi talked about is really something I wasn't able to talk about much, but it's really the phenomenon of translanguaging or translingual practice. It's something that multilinguals do, whether we like it or not. We do it. In multilingual context, if you don't translanguage, it's kind of something wrong with you. Because in multilingual context, you should have at least 2 languages that you can smoothly switch from. If fan fiction is now doing translanguaging, that I think is the most wonderful thing from the point of view of somebody who studies language. I think translanguaging is not harnessed well enough. If we really harness the power of translanguaging literacy, for example, now they want to destroy MTB-MLE, mother tongue-based bilingual education. I think I'm not sure that that's the way to go. But whether or not they keep MTB-MLE as a law, the teachers, they translanguage. In the field, regardless of policy, they translanguage because we are a multilingual country. So that goes with fan fiction. Okay.
I think what we learned, right, in creative writing classes is to know your audience. So I think probably those work know their audience also. And if I'm just thinking if that's the best way to express their own matter, right? Through fan fiction, are all fan fiction multi-languaging, or maybe some are, right, mostly all. Okay. Then if that's the way that they'd like to express their matter, then yes. Great.
Thank you. Are there other questions? Yes, please approach the mic.
Good afternoon. I really love the presentation. I'm Charlie from NU Review. My question is, can you please give your comment? I know this is a controversial one because some people believe in our country. I really heard this from students and even faculties from other universities that they were telling we really have to teach our fellow Filipino in our native language because we should not adopt the English or the foreign language. But we were surprised when you were discussing that we can recolonize or we can use English to retain as well our own identity as Filipinos. So, do we really have to shift into what we call our own native language to express our own identity, or we can still be Filipino though we are talking on or conversing or in any way talking in English? Can you give your comment? I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, actually, that's the whole point of the world English's paradigm. That all varieties are legitimate. Languages come in variety. So English, for example, as we know it today, is not the same English when Shakespeare introduced 2,000 new words to the language. It's not the same. So if you were to transport yourself, for example, to the past, you probably won't be able to understand their English because it has already evolved. And but the whole idea of world Englishes, having Philippine English, is that you can express your identity. I mean, the language, whether English, whatever, is a marker of identity as well. I think what siguro I also want to add na what we're doing is pinag-aaway natin yung mga wika. Yun kasi yung problema eh. Pinag-aaway yung mga wika, hindi sila magkalaban. Languages may coexist in a multilingual context such as ours. But we also know that the languages are also unequal. So there are languages that we look down on, languages that are we think have superior qualities, but there's nothing inherent in a language that makes it superior or inferior to another language. It's the values we attach, or it's the power of the people who hold that, who claim to own the language that makes the language seemingly superior. But characteristics alone, there's nothing inherent about that. Kingsley is the linguist, so maybe Kingsley can add.
Kingsley, would you like to add something?
I defer. No, I think Isabel summed up things very well. I mean, earlier in Isabel's presentation, she made the point that there were various circles of English within Philippine society, and for a large number of people, particularly in the middle classes in Manila and other cities in the Philippines, English has been quote unquote nativized. It is a first language for many Filipinos. Certainly, our results when we looked at the students' results, a very large number, perhaps a very large majority of the students at Ateneo regard English as their first language, as one of their first languages. But these are bilingual students or multilingual students. They're not restricted only to English, but they also have access to Tagalog or Filipino or Cebuano or other Philippine languages as well. So I think one of the reasons I think for linguists why the Philippines has attracted so much attention is that it is one of those societies like Singapore, for example, or possibly India, where English has been so well established that we have many native speaking, if you like, quote unquote, native speaking speakers of English in that context. They're native speaking speakers of Philippine English or Indian English or Singapore English. So yes, I think it is given the extent to which English has been so accepted and transformed in the Philippine context. Yes, it is. I think it is for many Filipinos an important language today.
Thank you, Kingsley. Other questions? Oh, yes. Okay.
I have two questions, one for Dr. Abad, and then the other one for all three of you. The one for Dr. Abad, simply to clarify, it's a question that requires clarification. Kasi when you were giving us the quotations from Jimmy Abad, I wonder whether there's a chronology of it. Because as far as I remember, the writing from English began in the 80s, if I remember. And he was writing about poets, no? So I want to know whether at a certain point he changed his conception, no, of English, no? Because initially it was poetry being by nature an estrangement of language, I suppose. So that allowed him to say, you're writing from English. But the later quotes, he just says story and poems. And now you're saying anybody, no? So is there really a shift in the way he thought about it? Or was there a context for that change, no? Because the quotes, I don't know, they weren't arranged chronologically. So that's my question number one. My question two, if I can ask him now, is something that I got reminded of when Isabel was presenting. It's an old essay by Andrew Gonzalez. And I asked the question now, because I don't remember the answer to it when he asked it, which is when is an error a feature of the language, right? When you speak of world Englishes now, when is an error a feature? And I'm asking from the point of view of a teacher also of English.
First, wait, I haven't read all his essays. Gosh, it's impossible, no? But
Maybe I could jump in there. Maybe I could
yeah.
jump in there. Can I? May I? May I? Possible?
Yes.
Yeah, and the reason why I wanted to jump in was because I was actually there in 1996 when Professor Jimino Abad made his famous statement that, you know, we have no longer been colonized by the English language. We've colonized English ourselves. It was at a conference in 1996 in De La Salle University that I was. That was one of the first times when I was invited down to the Philippines, and actually, I think I met Professor Martin on that occasion as well, and Professor Bautista and Andrew Gonzalez. And I think that was possibly a turning point for that 1996 conference when Prof. Abad made that statement. The second question, when does an error become a feature of Philippine English? I think the answer to that, and this, you know, is a question that's been raised in other contexts. When does what was seen as an error become a feature of Singapore English, or when does it become a feature of Indian English, and so on? I think one answer to that question is when a feature becomes so well established in the community that it is used by educated speakers or writers of the language for example, in books, in newspapers, and in other written sources. Or when it becomes very widely a feature of spoken colloquial language. I think that would be the kind of explanation that most linguists would accept. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just add that I guess in the 80s, the from and through, the in and from and through was, I think, part of his essay in Man of Earth when he was studying Philippine poetry in English. And the point. And yeah, so he started to clarify that in his essays. He started saying, by poem, I mean all of literature. So he then began to include short story. Recently, he now likes to say creative nonfiction rather than essay. Um, so so yes, he started to become more and more inclusive, and then his essays, as he refined and rewrote them, with the same sort of agricultural verbiage, and he just kept adding and adding and refining and sort of they've become more, I feel, a little bit more philosophical. Like he started to think of in terms of how they express the self, how the soul. Yeah, he now keeps using the word soul, and then um imagining, and then he plays around with the words like imagine, image, the country in our image, the nation that's from imagination. There. So it's very interesting to be reading the essay. Maybe as you suggest, chronologically.
Follow up lang.
Thank you.
Kasi the implication seems to be that anybody is writing from something. Di ba? So parang if I'm Chinese, I'm writing from Chinese. Kasi initially, I think he was defending English. And now it's like almost I don't know, it's unremarkable the word. Parang it's lost its edge. Because now he's saying anybody, the implication is anybody writing is in effect writing from. Diba? Whereas in the past, there was a real distinction and it mattered. So, yon. It's not a criticism per se. But
Now it's like a translation.
yeah, parang everything
Whatever language you use, the moment you speak it or write it, it's already a translation.
which makes me ask the follow-up question, going back to his original position. How does he distinguish now literary language from ordinary language? Parang nawala na yun. Kasi initially yun yung kanyang argument. Literary language is writing from. When we speak, we're just speaking in. But now parang naging everything is writing from. So ano pa yung kanyang literary language? Parang how does he make the distinction now? Or does he still make a distinction?
Yeah, I think he still does. Oy, hala. Well, I don't want to speak for him.
All right. Thank you.
I think just to respond to Jonathan's question about Brother Andrew asking the question, when does an error become a feature of English? Very famous question. And Kingsley answered it perfectly because he was there when Brother Andrew wrote it, and he was also there, Kingsley, when Dr. Jimmy Abad said that we have colonized the English language. But I just wanted to add, I'm sure your concern is, as teachers of English, okay, what does that mean? Actually, mahirap. No? Because teachers of English, they tend to be grammar Nazis, ba? Error hunters. But from the point of view of language use, at least what we're striving to do in the English department here is that the idea of proficiency in English has changed very much in the multilingual context now. Given that language is so dynamic and it changes so fast, especially with social media. Just go to TikTok. Grabe ang vibrant ng use ng English. I can name you a couple of people I follow, which I wouldn't recommend kasi hindi sila wholesome. But the use of language is so vibrant. No? Ang hirap mag-keep up. So the definition of proficiency now is not so much whether you know how to speak it or not, but that are you able to make adjustments? You make adjustments to your language given the situation. Magaling kang language user if you can do that. In other words, you pull out whatever linguistic resource you have in the context. Then that's what a language proficient person, not necessarily a proficiency in a language, but it's a proficiency to language, not a language. So I'm just paraphrasing Fiddlehofer.
Thank you.
If
Fortunately,
I,
we're
if I
actually out.
could,
Oh,
this-
sorry,
if I-
Kingsley, I interrupted you.
no, I think Isabel made an interesting point, a very interesting point there. But to come back into, I think it's Professor Chua, it's Professor Jonathan Chua who asked the question. I think this is an issue. This is an issue we deal with as editors of an international journal. We're editors of the journal World Englishes. Now the question is, you know, we deal with many manuscripts from many different parts of the world. So the question that we often face is, you know, what should be edited and what should be corrected, and what should be what should be left alone. Now, that's can be quite a complicated issue. But I think generally speaking, what happens is that if we detect obvious grammatical errors, for example, the lack of agreement between subject and verb, we'd correct that, okay? Because we wouldn't want the author's paper to be blighted by what would be perceived to be, you know, a simple grammatical error. And we would other, you know, fairly simple matters of grammatical accuracy, pluralization of nouns, and so on and so forth, and other matters of basic English grammar would be corrected. But if authors are in their language using language in an innovative fashion, in a creative fashion almost, to describe institutions, cultures, practices from a wide variety of contexts, whether that's in the Caribbean or whether that's in Asia or whether that's in Africa. And that might involve the use of local vocabulary, or it might involve the use of local idioms and cultural expressions and so on. We would welcome that, because we wouldn't not want to interfere with the authors expressing as accurately and as fully as possible their own cultures in English. And I think that that's one of the, if you like, important functions of English, and one of the, if you like, positive functions of English worldwide, that English can be used in order to communicate internationally, interculturally, and so on, as it has done over many recent decades in particular. So I hope that's helpful as a response.
Thank you, Kingsley. And now we're really out of time. I'm afraid we really have to go. So let's give our speakers a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And you're all invited to the next panel on the American Miseducation and Colonial Logics to happen here at 3:30. Meanwhile, we invite you to coffee and snacks, and we'll be back at 3:30. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Kingsley.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. As a note, we found Sonny's eyeglasses in the sexy foyer. If someone here lost their glasses, not sexy, SEC letter C foyer. So yeah, we just found a pair of eyeglasses. If anyone lost their glasses, that might be it. Pink. No one. Okay. Thank you.
Bye, Kingsley. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Isabel. Thank you, Sian. Thank you so much.
Your room.
Thank you, Robbie.
So good afternoon, everyone. Again, this is Contacts and Continuities, Part 2, 125 Years of Philippine-American Encounters.
Recording in
an
progress.
International conference hosted by the School of Humanities and the School of Social Sciences at the Ateneo de Manila University. It is now 3:49 p.m. It is still September 9 of a Monday afternoon. And we are live streaming on the Ateneo de Manila University YouTube channel. So good afternoon or good evening, good day to everyone. I'm Devi Paez of the English Department of the School of Humanities, and I will be the moderator for this last panel, Panel 3. Panel 3 is on the miseducation and colonial logics. We have 3 speakers who will each be given 15 minutes to present their papers once again. And after that, the audiences online and on-site will have the opportunity to ask questions. For our viewers on YouTube, you may submit your GCash contributions. No, I'm sorry, I'm just kidding. You may submit your questions via the inbox, via the chat box. So our first, para lang magising tayong lahat kasi last panel na. Our first speaker is Rowena Rowie Azada Palacios, who is an assistant professor of philosophy at Ateneo de Manila University and a postdoctoral research fellow for Reversing the Gaze project at the University of Edinburgh. Rowie's research is at the intersection of education and critical political philosophy. Her monograph, Post-Colonial Education and National Identity, based on her doctoral research at University College London, will be released in November 2024 by Bloomsbury Academic. Friends, Dr. Azada Palacios.
Thank you so much, Devi, and thanks everyone for having me. So I'm going to just begin by saying something a little bit about our panel because it's a preformed panel, and our preformed panel examines different dimensions of American colonial education in the Philippines and how their colonial logics remain entangled in Philippine life. So for my talk, I will draw on primary and secondary resources to examine the racial ideologies that shaped education during the American colonial period. Dr. Kelly Agra will uncover the forms of epistemic repression inherent in the Spanish and American colonial education policies in the Philippines, arguing that the American form of miseducation was more inclusive than its Spanish predecessor, but also more deceptive. And finally, Dr. P.J. Mariano Capistrano will explore a concrete manifestation of the colonial logics described in the first 2 papers. So this talk is part of a chapter in my forthcoming monograph in which I aim to analyze the historical and theoretical roots of national identity making in Philippine education. And if you want to ask your libraries to buy it, there's the discount code. So in the abstract that I submitted to this conference, my original intention was to demonstrate that the use of schooling to build a sense of national identity among Filipino pupils has its origins in the colonial educational system established by the US government during the Philippine-American War. However, when I timed my talk, I realized that it was going to be 30 minutes long. So to avoid rushing through my talk, I will just focus my presentation on the first half of my paper, which is a discussion of what those racial ideologies are and how they shape the American colonial citizenship education in the formal school system. And while I am talking through this, many of the vestiges of those theories and ideologies will, I think, become apparent. And then if you have questions about how these ideologies persist today, I'd be happy to say more later in the Q&A. In this paper, I use documentary research to build some of my arguments. Most of the documents that I draw on are in the public record, congressional debates in the US, official reports of the Department of Education. This is all during the American colonial period, and so forth. While such public reports are sometimes devalued in historical research, I use these reports to uncover the presumptions that underlay the establishment of policies during the American colonial period by policymakers and others in power. I also draw on articles published in academic journals and magazines of the time. Finally, I also build on the published and unpublished work of other researchers, including Filipinists and historians. Oops. How do I go back? Thank you. During the Spanish-American War and its immediate aftermath, Filipino leaders of the newly declared Philippine Republic were in disagreement about what kind of relations to establish with the United States. As negotiations between Spain and the US continued at the Treaty of Paris, a few of them were resigned to the eventuality of American colonial rule, and they began to draft plans to secure autonomous status under American protection, believing that the US would be a more benevolent and more liberal colonizer than Spain. Officially, though, the Philippine Republic retained hope that it could secure recognition of its independence, sending representatives to the US to lobby before politicians and the public for this cause. One reason why some Filipino leaders mistrusted American claims of benevolence was precisely the history of slavery in the US and the country's reputation for racism towards people of African descent. The Filipinos' worries were not unfounded. Publications from the period give a glimpse as to how the race thinking that was prevalent in the United States and elsewhere in the West at the time was applied to Filipinos as well. As American colonial interest in the Philippines grew in the year 1898, applications of race science to the Philippines began to be published. To take one example, in a pair of 1898 articles published in the Scientific American, University of Michigan professor Joseph Beal Steer categorized the Philippine population into 4 groups: the civilized Indians, the Mohammedans, the wild Indians, and the Negritos or Atas. A list that was ordered according to what Steer perceived to be each group's degree, in descending degree, of civilization. The phrase civilized Indians was a reference to the majority Hispanized and Christianized population who lived in towns or villages that had been established by the Spanish colonial government. Steer considered them to be the real citizens and inhabitants of the Philippines. His descriptions of the civilized Indians, however, were racialized, and he considered, and I quote, their origin and relationship to the Malay race a part of the great race problem of the Pacific. Echoing the census taxonomies of the Spanish colonial government, Steer distinguished them from, I quote, the mestizos, people of mixed blood, and he began his description of the Philippine Indians with physical descriptions: brown in color, with coarse, straight black hair, and little or no beard. He repeated the hypothesis of Spanish authorities that they were, I quote, mixed races of Malay and Negrito stock, with perhaps some infusion of Chinese and Japanese blood. At the same time, he also considered them to be a separate group from the so-called savage tribes of the islands, although the former's physical appearance and language showed their close relationship to the latter. A version of Steer's categorization of the Philippine population soon began to be reflected in American government documents and policy. The Bureau of Education's annual report for the period 1889 to 1990 included a lengthy essay entitled "The Intellectual Attainments and Education of the Filipinos," attributed to R.L. Packard. The essay began by offering a practical division of the Philippine population into 3 categories: the Christianized or civilized peoples, called Indios by the Spaniards, who alone are now designated by the term Filipinos and who form the great majority of the population; the wild mountain tribes, called Infieles by the Spaniards; and the Mohammedans of Mindanao and the Sulu archipelago, to whom the Spaniards gave the name Moros in memory of their ancient enemies, the Moors of Spain. As with Steer's, Packard's categories were racialized. Among the wild tribes, he considered the Negritos, whom he racialized as black, to be the original inhabitants of the islands. He described the civilized Filipinos as a mixed race, descended from a first migration of members of the Malay race, but also from other races, including Chinese, Japanese, Mexican, and Peruvian. Apart from the Negritos, the rest of the wild tribes were also described as being of Malay origin, except for some wild tribes of Mindanao, whom he said had been identified by a previous atlas as belonging to the Indonesian race. Finally, the Mohammedans were also identified as Malay, but descendants of a separate invasion. In the racial hierarchy presented by Packard, those Filipinos, whom he considered to be of mixed race, he also considered to be the most civilized, the most capable of culture, the best of whom are on a par with the corresponding classes elsewhere in the world. And this, he believed, was an achievement attributed partly to, I quote, enlightenment brought by their conquerors. Such depictions of the Philippine population were resisted by Filipino scholars and authors. For example, the Filipino pro-independence diplomat Sixto Lopez wrote a statement protesting such portrayals that was read in the US Senate in 1901. However, despite their objections, as well as those of anti-imperialist Americans, such depictions of the Philippine population persisted in the US. The tripartite classification, racial classification of the Philippine population, the Filipinos, the pagan tribes, the Moros, remained throughout American rule and eventually led to a difference in the way that these groups were administered. In 1903, the American government created a separate Moro province in the Philippines, encompassing the areas with large Muslim populations that had, for the most part, successfully resisted Spanish colonization until the end of the 19th century. By 1904, General Superintendent David Barrows had included a separate section in his report on schools for pagan tribes and schools for the Moro province. Differences in governance also translated into differences in proposed educational approaches. For Christian students, Barrows recommended a curriculum similar to the curriculum given to American students, white American students, with a few adaptations. The curriculum he proposed for the so-called pagan tribes, many of which he considered to be in a state of barbarism, however, was very different, focusing only on elementary English, arithmetic, and, I quote, some study of the plant and animal life of his own wild mountain region, and focusing on industrial work and agriculture. In the Moro province, the school curriculum by 1910 had broad similarities with the curriculum for Christian students, but with more emphasis on vocational and industrial training. Personal letters and diaries make it clear that American teachers stationed in the Philippines largely internalized the white supremacist ideas in general and racialized ideas about Filipinos more specifically. But this is not to say that Americans' racial depictions of Filipinos were uniform. Julian Go has categorized American racial depictions of Filipinos of the time into two types. On the one hand, some accounts considered Filipino savagery to be an inherent biological trait that rendered them incapable of self-government. This type of rendition was found in soldiers and military officials' accounts of the Philippine-American War, statements from imperial-minded elected officials, and also among statements from a few white supremacist members of the Anti-Imperialist League who were against imperialism primarily because they feared miscegenation, intermarriage, between Filipinos and Americans. This type of thinking may have also been a factor in the earliest American colonial educational policies in the Philippines. The first civilian in charge of the Philippine public education was a 35-year-old Massachusetts school principal named Fred W. Atkinson, appointed to the post by Governor General William Howard Taft in 1900. Before Atkinson left for the Philippines, Taft instructed him to visit the Hampton Institute in Virginia and the Tuskegee Institute in Alabama, both of which catered to African American students. He also asked him to visit the Carlisle Industrial School for Native Americans, which had been established, and I quote, with the aim to kill the Indian and save the man. He also instructed Atkinson to read Charles Trevelyan's book on the education of the people in India. Taft thus appears to have presumed that the education of Filipinos ought to be patterned after the education of America's minority races rather than Anglo-Saxon education. Atkinson's own racial presumptions can be gleaned from a passage in his letters quoted by Glenn May, in which Atkinson seemed to equate Hispanized Filipinos, so these are the Christianized Filipinos, with African American minorities at home. And he warned of the consequences of overdoing higher education. Ultimately, Atkinson attempted to establish industrial education in the Philippines patterned after the Tuskegee School, but he made little headway, partly due to poor implementation and partly because Filipino students were not interested. Later, however, the third director of education, Frank White, would reinstate a focus on industrial education when he was appointed in 1910. The second type of racial depiction, which eventually became the dominant view among colonial civilian officials, attributed Filipinos' supposed incapacity for self-government to their history, culture, and environment, with their race a correlate of this inferiority rather than a cause. This racial theory was influenced by social evolutionary theory, a linear theory of political development that posited that societies developed from tribal fragmentation towards national unity. It was also influenced by the evolutionary theories of Jean-Baptiste Lamarck, particularly as developed by Clark University psychologist G. Stanley Hall. Broadly speaking, this mix of psychology, eugenics, and pseudoscience, Hall's theory mapped the normal development of a child onto human evolutionary history through the principles of genetics. Hall believed that because previous generations of Anglo-Saxons had been raised in better environments in their teenage, adolescent years, Anglo-Saxons as a race had advanced further and become more civilized, and this superiority had been passed on to later generations. Individuals belonging to the so-called savage races had inherited more primitive characteristics from ancestors whose advancement had terminated in adolescence. So unlike conventional white supremacism, Hall was optimistic that more inferior races could, through schooling, be uplifted as well, and they could pass these advancements on to future generations through genetics. Evidence for Hall's influence on American imperial policy can be seen in the pages of the Journal of Race Development, which is now called the Journal of International Relations. So this is where the field of international relations originally comes from. Hall co-founded this journal in 1910 together with his Clark University colleague, historian George Blakesley. The second issue of the journal published some of the proceedings of a conference hosted by Hall and Blakesley, at which two Philippine-based civil servants, including the Rector of Education David Barrows himself, delivered papers that were published in the journal. In addition, in its first 9 years of existence, previous slide, please. One of its contributing editors was James Alexander Robertson, librarian at the National Library of the Philippines. Likely through that connection, the journal was able, through the years, to publish a number of contributions from other Philippine-based civil servants as well, including, at the time, Filipino resident commissioner Manuel Quezon. Although the Lamarckian view became more dominant, education policy about Christian or Hispanized Filipinos has swung back and forth between these two types of racial depictions across the American colonial period, depending on who the director of education was. These ideologies also influenced policy concerning the Moro province as well. Jeffrey Ayala Milligan describes such racial discourse as the background against which Moros, Milligan uses the term Muslim Filipinos, were cast as the exotic and threatening other. Incidents of anti-colonial armed resistance were used to strengthen the image of them as violent savages, and socio-cultural differences with Christians, everything from their colorful clothing and their polygamous practices to their practice of slavery, were highlighted to portray them as uncivilized and morally degenerate. According to Milligan, these beliefs underpin the American educational aim of deculturalizing Muslim Filipinos and preparing them to be subordinated to Hispanized, Christianized Filipinos. The oxymoronic nature of the phrase benevolent assimilation, oxymoronic and unfactual, as the process of assimilation was oftentimes brutal, and the conflicting interests and ideologies that motivated American bureaucrats in the Philippines led to a central paradox in the American state building and nation building mission in the Philippines. Motivated both by civilizing as well as imperial aspirations, the American educational project eventually settled into an uneasy equilibrium. It became a project that encouraged self-governance, but not self-determination. Filipinos were trained to provide the manpower and resources for the large civil service machinery that was required to administer the territory's affairs. They were taught skills that would allow them to harness the rich natural resources of the land they lived on and participate in capitalistic endeavors. However, the decisions regarding the direction of the Philippines, including its cultural, social, economic, and political development, were ultimately controlled by the American colonial government. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Azada Palacios. Our next speaker is Kelly Louise Rexy Agra. She's an assistant professor of philosophy at the University of the Philippines, Baguio. She recently earned her doctorate at the University College Dublin, where she also served as a teaching fellow for a semester. Kelly is specializing in decolonial and feminist critiques of knowledge and society. She is a founding member of Critical Political Epistemology Network, or CPEN, Women Doing Philosophy in the Philippines and Minorities and Philosophy, UCD chapter. Friends, Dr. Agra.
Thank you for the introduction, and I really enjoyed your presentation, Rowie. I will piggyback on Rowie's presentation, but focus more on the epistemological or philosophical aspects of what we refer to as miseducation. So the title of my paper is Miseducating the Empire. Oh yeah, here, okay. Well, that's new. Okay. American epistemic repression and their effects. In the Philippines, the process of institutionalizing Western knowledge as standard of truth took the form of religious schooling during its Spanish occupation and the establishment of American-based formal mass education during American colonization. Packaged as education, these educational policies constitutively foreclosed the critique and revision of Western epistemic structures and norms, the cultural and epistemological system that Spanish colonizers have superimposed in the Philippines, for instance, inferiorized indigenous knowledge systems, engendered intellectual elitism among educated elites, generated religious discrimination towards those who refused to convert into Catholicism, instituted gender hierarchy and patriarchal ideology, and enforced political and cultural subservience. Now, I won't dwell into that since we're focusing on the American version. But I suppose my aim is to suggest that the American form of miseducation exacerbated what the Spanish colonizers have already entrenched in the Philippine context. So this was exacerbated by the more inclusive but more ideological and deceptive enforcement of mass education in the country by the Americans that did very little to improve Philippine educational situation. If by instituting an exclusivist higher education, the Spaniards perpetuated ignorance and created social divisions and hierarchies, the Americans' institution of mass education made sure that the Filipinos would remain in the lower rung of the global social hierarchy. American education was paired with the non-recognition of Philippine state independence, leading to the US's annexation of the Philippines in 1898, the World Bank commissioned rewriting of history textbooks, portraying the Americans as accidental visitors who, out of a spirit of altruism, accepted the burden of educating the Filipinos. The armed threat against, if not the assassination of, anyone who would resist American rule and American education, and the subsequent exportation of Filipino labor into the United States, which became the basis of the Philippines Export Labor Program developed in the 1970s. These mechanisms of thought control have deep and continuing influence on Philippine psychology and thinking, as well as state policies. I link these American colonial mechanisms of miseducation and epistemic repression with at least 3 social epistemic phenomena that continue to persist in the country, such as the phenomenon of desaparecidos or disappearances, attempts at historical revisionism, and export labor-induced brain drain. So I will go through them in broad strokes, one by one. The non-recognition of state independence and establishment of mass education. The myth of American benevolence towards the Philippines by instituting mass education in the country was ripe with acts of non-recognition of Philippine independence and autonomy, beginning with the creation of the lie that the savage and uncivilized Filipinos were not ready to govern themselves. This is manifest in their dismissal of the newly established Malolos Republic, for instance. Militarily speaking, America's underlying and more urgent objective, and I suppose we all know this already, so I will briefly brush through it, was to bring about political pacification in the country. As MacArthur commented, the educational policy was recommended primarily and exclusively as an adjunct to military operations calculated to pacify the people and procure and expedite the restoration of tranquility throughout the archipelago. While commenting on this, Azada Palacios remarks that this is precisely why the first teachers were American soldiers. The ideological conditioning that was about to take place through mass education had to be enforced with military power, for they knew full well that the Filipinos would resist another colonial authority. Armed threats and World Bank commissioned rewriting of history textbooks. This side of the implementation of mass education by the US, that they rewrote our history, for instance, is often glozed over in Philippine history textbooks. In Leticia Constantino's work on World Bank textbooks, Scenario for Deception, she writes, right away, children are given a most attractive picture of the new rulers, one that is sure to evoke strong empathy. They're told that American soldiers were our first teachers and they gave the children candies, chocolates, paper, and pencil. Well and good. But what about the soldiers who gave the water cure to the parents of other kids, or dragged them behind galloping horses, or herded them into reconcentration camps and ordered everyone in Samar above 10 years of age shot on sight? In the same article, she also reveals how American intentions for Cuba and the Philippines were whitewashed in these World Bank commissioned textbooks. The textbook does not say that the Cubans had revolted against the Spaniards and that the Americans, pretending to sympathize with the Cubans, declared war on the Spaniards because American businessmen wanted to protect their sugar interests in Cuba from the Cubans themselves. As for the redoubtable Admiral Dewey, his fleet was already standing by in Hong Kong, ready to steam south to Manila before the Americans. Declared war on Spain. And in truth, the war in Spain over Cuba and the subsequent colonization of the Philippines were manifestations of expansion dictated by the need of American capitalists for new markets, made more urgent by the severe economic depression of the 1890s. America's economically motivated interest in former Spanish colonies is further supported by US declarations about the Moro province in the Philippines as a white man's country. Now, the superimposition of English as official language of public discourse. And I suppose there has been more discussions about this, so I will also go through it very quickly. Renato Constantino laments that the revolutionary spirit and national consciousness the Filipinos had started to articulate got diffused through American educational colonial policy, through what he calls miseducation. The Americans were made to appear as accidental visitors who, out of a spirit of altruism, accepted the burden of educating the Filipinos. And he argues that this was a form of thought control in the name of democracy and altruism, which went alongside the use of English as a medium of instruction. So for Constantino, colonial education, through the imposition of English, engendered ignorance as well of the basic ills of the country and apathy towards national welfare. The use of foreign language as a medium of instruction, he argues, became a barrier to democracy, as well as an impediment to instruction. He noted that what was problematic is not learning a foreign language per se, but the way it was taught and forcibly used at the expense of the native Philippine languages. So this created an educated elite who can read, speak, and write in English, but whose words the greater number of Filipinos only partly understand, and a great mass of people who cannot properly express themselves in English, but neither in their native language, because the cultivation of their native language was equally overshadowed by the need to learn English. He emphasizes how this had the side effect of smothering people's independent thinking, or maybe at least I would argue not thinking as such, but the articulation of it in academic form or in discursive form. In light of all this, he concludes that the Filipinos have become an uprooted race and un-Filipino Filipinos. So American ideological conditioning with at least these three categories that I'm sketching out was so expansive that its effects remain observable in Philippine society down to the present day. The most cited examples include the bias towards English as an academic language. Higher education in the Philippines is still mostly taught in English. And an important question asked in this context, again by Dr. Asada Palacios, concerning the use of English as a medium of instruction and as the unifying language for the country, is how it never occurred to the American government to use two or more indigenous official languages. And I really benefited from the discussion from the earlier panel because they fleshed out the complexity of the situation, and it's not just black and white situation. So I classify this, however, at least in the earlier form that it took, as an act of epistemic repression, the endorsement of an indigenous language to be the official national language would run contrary to the hidden goal of colonization and the pacification of resistances. As Asada Palacios explicates, the discouragement to use local languages could have been partly to prevent insurrectionary meetings, which the Americans could not understand. To this, I add that this is also because such endorsement would entail the delegitimation of the alleged reason why America needs to guide its little brown brother into civility and independence, a consequence that a colonial rule will not risk. So to justify its reign, the US had to paint the Philippines as politically immature and that its people and intellectual resources are primitive and inferior. And so, in a way, the political repression is anchored in epistemic repression. That's my argument. Now, to the last few bits, another legacy of American colonialism in Philippine education was the expansion of the gendered structuration of schooling and work. Caroline Sobrichea's study, for instance, shows that while upper-class women enjoyed further educational and work opportunities since the American period, women from lower-class background who may have been spared from the Spanish religious schooling, which entrenched gender ideology. So for instance, she notes that during the Spanish colonization, women from lower class background enjoyed the economic agency that they have because they have not been educated into the religious schooling that introduced gender hierarchy. However, when the Americans enforced mass education, they have been eventually miseducated in this sense as well. So this limited their occupational goals to mothering and housekeeping, or alternatively to being factory workers and producers of export crops for the American colonial economy. Filipinos' exposure to a whitewashed foreign life and thinking, how is that the time? Okay, I'll wrap up. Okay. Also made them predisposed to emigrate. And this helps sustain an educational and employment structure that focuses on labor experts, leading to brain drain in the country as well as underdevelopment, servicing primarily the economic needs of developed countries, especially the US, for cheap yet vocationally trained laborers who are well-versed in English and more familiar with the Western culture rather than their own. So Mark Maka's study, for instance, has a lot of things to say about this. This latter point can be argued as another key reason why the US chose to implement English as the language of education and public affairs rather than developing any of the Philippine languages. Consistent with its economic interests, an English-speaking colony will be a bountiful source of labor supply. So while it can be contended that these aforementioned forms of training and education eventually help facilitate self-governance, the ultimate beneficiaries of these changes was the American economy and American businessmen. I will skip that and then go to, maybe this might be the most contentious part, and I'm still developing my evidence for this. And I hope I won't be red tagged eventually. The account of desaparecidos. So this is the final paragraph. My account of the colonial educational policies in the Philippines provides an illustration of how its colonizers' promise of education is ultimately betrayed by the material, social, political, moral, and epistemic entrenchment of inequality, domination, and exploitation in their colony. The American educational program in the Philippines was fundamentally deceptive and instrumentalizing. The epistemic recognition that such programs symbolized was purely ideological. It's only symbolic. This is what ultimately distinguishes the discriminatory and epistemically unjust educational policy of the Spanish from the pacifying and exploitative educational policy of the Americans. Building on Renato Constantino's accusation, one can legitimately claim that the American educational policy was specifically miseducational, but I use the term miseducation with the prefix mis in brackets to suggest the deceptive character of it. If Spain was unabashedly exclusivist and hierarchical, the US was hiding its mechanisms of exploitation, expropriation, and epistemic suppression by claiming benevolence and commissioning the rewriting of history books in order to conceal the truth of their lie. In the American colonial policy, its irrational kernel rests in symbolically promising emancipation from colonial rule and facilitating social, cultural, political, and economic progress while doing exactly the reverse. American colonialism made the Philippines economically, ideologically, and politically dependent upon the financial, educational, and military generosity of the American states. And decades after it won its independence from the US, one discovers that we have indeed inherited a lot of these policies and are repeating it in our society. And the link that I'm suggesting here is that we have been, in the last 2 decades at least, find the resurfacing of the political repression, technique of red tagging and desaparecidos, the branding of state critics, trade unionists, human rights advocates, political activists, and student activists as communists, followed by their forced disappearances. I won't go into detail, but I included here Vincent Bevin's work, the Jakarta method, to suggest that this has uncanny resemblance with the US's global anti-communist program that turned, for instance, Indonesia and Brazil as anti-communist states almost overnight, and how the US have ensured that whatever they did in Indonesia and Brazil will never appear in history textbooks. And my motivation also for including this as part of perhaps the influence is that some of our students in the University of the Philippines are still missing until this day, and we hope they would appear soon.
Thank you, Dr. Agra. Nawala po ako, nakalimutan ko ako yung moderator. I was so moved by the presentations. Our final speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is Pamela Joy, or PJ Mariano Capistrano. She teaches with the Department of Philosophy here at Ateneo de Manila University. She has a PhD from the Université de Namur in Belgium, and her research is in the capability approach, critical social theory, development praxis, and the work of Amartya Sen and Iris Marion Young. She's also, in no particular order, mother to a 10-year-old, married to an economist, and a recent recipient of the ULHAC Early Career Scholarship from the Human Development and Capability Association and the United Nations Development Program Human Development Report Office. Friends, Dr. Capistrano.
Okay, while we're waiting for the presentation to be projected, good afternoon and thank you for being present this afternoon. Thank you to my co-panelists. My paper actually is a paper idea that I got while I was writing my dissertation, and I realized that these are things that I had no room for in my dissertation, but I wanted to develop further. And in the context of this panel, my paper, well, my proposal, it's really still an idea starting to take shape. My paper can be understood as a concrete example of the long-term enduring effects of the racialized ideology and the miseducation of the Philippines exemplified by US colonialism. It's okay. So just to give further context then, what I specifically want to reflect on in this paper are my experiences of conducting field research as a philosopher in the Upper Pulangi watershed of the province of Bukidnon as part of my PhD dissertation. And I want to reflect more specifically on how these experiences put me into direct contact with the living traces of colonial social structures, both in the social structures that I wanted to reflect on and critique in my research, but also, and equally importantly, in the practices of academic research itself, particularly academic research for development, and the tension between extractive and non-extractive academic work in the field. To do this reflection, I will draw from both my field research on the one hand, and on the other hand, from a history of the Bukidnon people. I'm gonna show that side. Yay, thank you, Robbie. Yeah. All right. I will draw both from my field research on the one hand, and on the other hand, a history of the Bukidnon people, people of the middle ground, by the historian Ronald K. Edgerton. Surprisingly, this is the only truly comprehensive history of the Bukidnon people. From this history, I will focus even more specifically on its account of the American colonial and Commonwealth periods in Bukidnon, in particularly northern Bukidnon, which is the area where the Bukidnon people originally inhabited, and the long shadow that that administration and its structures casts into the present. Or, to put it another way, I want to reflect on the traces of coloniality that are manifest in both the extractive social systems that govern farming life in the Upper Pulangi watershed, and on the tension between extractive and non-extractive academic work in the field. It sometimes seemed to me that the act of field research itself that I was doing often echoed the field studies made by the early American colonial officials of the period, especially Dean C. Worcester, while the extractive social systems governing farming that I sought to articulate and critique were built upon social dynamics established during both the Spanish and American colonial eras. To do this reflection, I will first present a very simplistic summary of my field research. In my thesis, I reflected on and sketched out in more detail the unjust social structure that underpins and enables the continued farming of genetically modified high-yield variety corn, or GMHYV corn, in the Upper Pulangi watershed, which is the areas encircled in that map on the very right hand. I worked as part of an interdisciplinary development research project entitled Social Justice Implications of Land Use Change in the Uplands, Analysis of the Socioeconomic Drivers and Impacts on the Land and its People. Lucid Project for short. A lot of development projects seem to have these really kilometric titles. This project intended to examine the economic and social impacts of 20 years of the adoption and continued cultivation of GM-HYV corn in the area. This shift was heralded by policymakers as a financial boon because of increased yields, less labor costs, and high market demand. The economic side of this project examined if GM-HYV corn production in the area lived up to this promise, specifically if it lived up to the promise of financial gain for small farmers. They instead discovered that the financial gain was low and that these small economic gains are accompanied by high financial costs, especially the risks of economic losses and defaulting on debt. Despite the costs and risks, however, most of the farmers surveyed by the economics team still persisted in farming GM-HYV corn, and many of them continue to do so in the present. This made me wonder if there were any other reasons or factors for farmers' continued cultivation. In my part of the research, I examined the human factors, the relationships and social structures that supported GM-HYV corn farming, particularly the relationships that tied small farmers with local trader financiers. To what extent do relationships of affiliation and of social, economic, and political patronage constrain or enable the small farmers in the locality? After my interviews, I made the following rough sketch of the social structure and the positions these agents occupy within that structure. In the Upper Pulangi watershed, small farmers' access to the economic, social, and cultural capital necessary to access and maximize the productivity of GM-HYV corn is totally dependent on their social relations, specifically the relations to the trader financiers. These trader financiers are socially and politically powerful in their localities. They are barangay captains, they are the traders owning big stores, not just the corn traders. Farmers themselves recognize dependency and constraint, the need to borrow capital in order to afford the corn seeds, herbicides, and fertilizers, the need to access technical farming knowledge that they only can have through the trader financiers, the dependency on informal loans. But they persist in participating in the system because it precisely allows them access to this economic, social, and cultural capital that they would not have access to otherwise. The more I conducted these interviews, the closer these relationships of dependency between trader financiers and small farmers seem to build on the foundations of colonial relationships of patronage that govern the interactions between northern Mindanao's lowland Christian elite and the indigenous peoples of the Bukidnon Plateau, particularly the Bukidnon tribe. Reading the history of the Bukidnon through Edgerton's work, sometimes the resonance and similarities were positively eerie. I want to juxtapose these similarities in more depth in this paper. One example of such a similarity: the trader financiers of the 21st century Bukidnon are of migrant or dumagat, literally traveled across the sea, ancestry. The children and grandchildren of migrants from Bohol and Ilocos who came to Bukidnon in the post-World War II homesteading era. Homesteading programs which, in turn, were repeat versions, so to speak, of the homesteading programs of the early American colonial era. They are the descendants of the migrants enticed to Mindanao by government programs that painted Mindanao as the land of promise. Propaganda that drew directly from the American colonial era image of Bukidnon as the Philippine version of home on the range, a land where farmers would find riches if they put in the work. The image of the rugged cowboy, the self-reliant frontiersman picking himself up by the bootstraps. And as we see on the slide, there's a picture there of Dean Worcester, accompanied by one of the local elite, Manolo Fortich, and two other American colonial officials. And as Edgerton writes, Worcester epitomized the American frontier effort in the Philippines. He was absolutely fascinated by the Bukidnon territory with its wide plateau of rolling grasslands, reminiscent of the American West. Here, on the periphery of Philippine lowland society, beyond the line of settler migration, Americans could recreate a frontier society. Here they could, quote, break away from peanut politics and make a good stiff fight to get for the backward peoples the things they really need, end quote. And here, too, they could make a personal profit, like the American frontiersmen before them. Another eerie similarity. It was the indigenous Bukidnon who benefited the least from GM corn farming, unable to access the profits that traders and corporations extracted from their land, dependent instead on the largesse of their patron or the employment on corporate corn farms. Another quote from Edgerton. But what of the Bukidnon people? Were they or their Manobo neighbors able to take advantage of the new cowboy stereotype? Clearly, the answer is no. In an already dependency-oriented society, in a political system that emphasized the same personalistic loyalty to Don Manolo Fortich that had previously been demanded by datus, and in an economic system where cattle ranching left them as dependent as ever, Bukidnons and Manobos missed the frontier ethos. The great majority of Bukidnons outside of Malaybalay, which is to this day the provincial capital, and virtually all Manobos as well, continue to live lives marked by poverty, powerlessness, and dependency in the years before World War II. The next slide. Okay, there. I found myself wondering about my own role as a researcher and whether I was merely replicating the old extractive relationships established by colonialists like Worcester. Worcester was a trained zoologist who later became a member of the first two Philippine commissions and its Secretary of the Interior. He recorded and published vast amounts of anthropological data on the Philippines, even headlining a whole special issue of the National Geographic. And he mandated to himself the quote-unquote responsibility for the care of the so-called non-Christian tribes. Alongside the paternalistic image he cultivated of himself among the tribes, the image of the white apple, he also promoted American commercial interests in the uplands, the very homelands of the non-Christian tribes he sought to care for. By undertaking my own research, ostensibly to help shed light on injustices in farming in Bukidnon, especially its disproportionate harm on the indigenous peoples, how much was I replicating this paternalistic and extractive relationship instead? How much was I, an English and Bisayan-speaking migrant researcher from an elite university, replicating the social hierarchy established in the American colonial era? Indeed, I benefited from it. In just one example, my Jesuit connections from Ateneo enabled me to contact and interview on the spot two trader financiers who had previously ignored the requests for interviews sent by my NGO and community liaison colleagues. And on the slide, Edgerton again. The layers into which Malaybalay society was divided, with English-speaking migrant civil servants and teachers on top, English and Bisayan-speaking Bukidnons next, and Binukid-speaking natives at the bottom, could be seen in social gatherings as well as in the schools and churches. In short, in this paper, I want to dwell on these eerie projections from the past into the present, articulating my uneasy positionality as a researcher and the desire not to replicate these structures into the future. I intend to approach this paper from a feminist phenomenological stance, exploring these tensions from my positionality. However, I do not yet have a conclusion for this paper, as I'm still coming to terms with the implications of these juxtapositions on the possibility of a truly liberatory and reparative research in the field. Thank you, and I look forward to your comments and feedback.
So So thank you, Dr. Capistrano. A round of applause again for members of our third panel, Dr. Ozado Palacios, Dr. Agra, and Dr. Capistrano. So we have time for Q&A. For those who would like to ask on-site, please approach the mic and introduce yourselves and your affiliation. For those online, you may proceed with your GCash donations. I'm kidding. You may write your questions in the chat box and they will be read aloud. Yes, go ahead, sir. Yes, please, our panelists, please take a seat in the table.
Thank you so much. Again, I'm Bong de la Torre, and my deepest gratitude for the women. And Anna, I don't want to be overwhelmed, but I spent a lot of time in Bukidnon, and one of the things, the positive things that I've encountered in the Bukidnon, I was able to talk to some, the volunteer program of Ateneo. Nag-immerse sila sa doon, and I've seen several individuals who really underwent a life change. Their lives were never the same after they volunteered. And while I was listening to all of you, my own journey was coming into focus. This is not the time to talk about that lengthily, but again, thank you. I feel like we're blessed by our ancestors, our ancestral spirit, the consciousness of the land, and there's a part of me that wants to refrain from speaking because I feel like I'm bearing my soul. But there's another part of me that says, "What the hell? Just go." I would rather just share what I feel is part of my contribution to our collective journey. Maglakad mula Batanes hanggang Sulo. Magbigay pugay sa mga nauna sa inyo. Magbigay galang sa ating mga ninuno. Panahon na, sapagkat nag-uulyanin na ang panahon. Nalilito si tag-ulan at si tag-araw at nawawala sa tamang hulog ang sayaw. Tiktok pa more, tiktok pa more. Ay tao, saan tayo huhugot ng hinahon? Uy tao, pagmasdan ang pag-usbong ng mga halaman at dahon, sapagkat ang panahon ay wala ng panahon. Ang mga agila, pagagalain. Ang mga palaka, palalakarin. Ang mga pawiwikain. For a foreign audience, there's an English translation after October. I will just cease talking and just honor the spirit that is around us right now. History is alive. Our ancestral spirits are with us right now. And there's only one thing, truth. We have been victimized by so much distortions of our past. It is up to us to reclaim. And I feel the very powerful spirit of the divine feminine in all of you. Thank you so much.
As we are all moved to tears, would our panelists like to respond? Maraming salamat. Is there any comment or question from the audience? I have one, if it's all right. And so, re-examining the epistemologically, re-examining the roots and foundations of our education systems, our awareness of our citizenship. My question is coming as a teacher, as a practitioner, in the academe. How has this impacted your teaching practices or your teaching views? If you can give a concrete example of how it has perhaps altered, inspired, revised, renewed your ways of teaching in the classroom.
So, yeah, I have students here for coming students. Okay. Um, I, I think in my case, before I started doing this research, I would not have considered myself to be a decolonial scholar or teacher. But then, through the years of doing this, I kind of realized that I cannot be a decolonial scholar and researcher if I'm serious about the belief that education ultimately should be oriented towards justice. So I think it's impacted the way that I teach, especially because philosophy, which is my discipline, tends to be very Eurocentric, tends to be very Western centric. And so a lot of it is about challenging the canon, sometimes not necessarily with the approval or affirmation of other colleagues. But yeah, as I tell my students, as I told my students last Friday, it's I mean, Philippine colonization, at least the Eurocentric colonization was took 500 years to reach its current state, and so it's a long battle ahead, and so every little effort counts.
Thank you. Thanks for that.
Thanks for the question, Debbie. And for me, it's really more of a work in progress since this is my first semester back as teaching. And it's only been like in the last year and a half to 2 years that I really embraced how my project has really led me into the colonial waters. and and what has really bled into my teaching so far has really been more in the method that I'd like to bring into the classroom. I don't know if that's reflected. I have a student who is coincidentally here had no idea that I was presenting. But really, I want to create a space in my classroom where students feel that they have a space to be heard. I think part of the replication of colonial structures in education is the replication of the authority of the professor, the teacher, in this very Western way. That there is hoping for the possibility of a authority in a classroom that is not this absolute lawgiver in the classroom that allows the space for everyone's voice or the feeling of being welcome. I think I find myself really challenged by students and the realization that some of these students are very privileged students in their own right, and yet when they're in the classroom they feel completely cowed by the power, like the symbolic power of the institution. We can't. And I'm really shocked by that sometimes. I mean, not all students are like that, obviously, but the fact that some students feel that, it's really shocking. And I feel like how do we begin challenging that from within the institution itself? What I'm trying. I don't know about the success, but we're trying.
Thank you, Dr. Capistrano.
Yeah, I thank you. I really like that question. I'm kind of in the same boat. It has only been recently that I became more of how it has impacted the way I do research and my teaching. And one thing that but at the same time, I also benefit a lot from the fact that the University of the Philippines is already very aware of logics and histories. And so one thing that this project of decolonial work has brought into my way of thinking is to do philosophy in a historical, with a deep sense of history, which is what was lost in my training. It was partly lost in my training in the University of Santo Tomas, for instance. And the other thing is also in a colonial approach to philosophy, it also shies away from recognizing the effects of identity to the way we judge who is a better thinker, a better critique, who has the authority to speak, and who should we read? Where are they from? And then the last bit is on what Dr. Mariano Capistrano also mentioned earlier about extractivism, to do research, to consciously do research in a non-extractivist sense. And one important way to remind ourselves is to think of what the consequences of that research will be, and to always stay as close as possible to the people who you are doing that work with. Because in a lot of extractivist epistemologies or extractivist research, what happens is you take all this data and you don't care about what is going to happen afterwards. Well, I paid them, you see, and they're your subjects, participants, so-called. That's extractivist research. But in a non-extractivist sense, as Leana Bitasamasakis Simpson has once characterized it, its feature is deep reciprocity. So to do that and practice that even in our classrooms, deep reciprocity between anybody who is involved in the conversation or thing.
Thank you for that. So an orientation of education towards justice, making space for students' voices, and a sense of deep history, a deep sense of history when teaching philosophy. Thanks for that. So we have a question from Ma'am Mary Racelis.
Yes, hello. I'm very glad I got a chance to listen to you, because this is the kind of research I'm really very happy that is now being done. But so I compliment you all on kind of taking a very serious look at the past as legacy, right? At the same time, because I'm also concerned like you on what does that mean in terms of today's identity and what has happened to us. Let me ask you, I think, two questions, right? One is by focusing on the factors that kind of undermined or were essentially now interpreted as negative because of the continuity which has led to deficiencies as perceived today in today's society. In other words, by focusing very much on what was missing, what was unacceptable, etc., race and so on, do you leave out then the other elements which might be seen as positive? And from my point of view, by the people who were most affected, I've always looked at the people on the ground. How did they see it? And as analysts with the big data in front of us, are we maybe not privileging the perspectives of people who, whatever the situation, it might have been social injustice in their time, but saw these things as ways in which they could move ahead somehow, right? So that's the first question. And the second is, and I think especially our Bukidnon, I know Roger Edgerton's work, so I very much value that. In talking about how the legacy led to the way plantations were set up and how the local peoples were marginalized, are we excusing the current Filipinos of the time, whereas the 20s, the economy, the ones who generated these farms, the Filipinos there, and today, elites? We know that one of the big laments about the American colonial period is that they relied very much on local elites who were Filipinos, who were very smart and saw that if they connected with the Americans in their ways, but still could maneuver so that they remained or got to the top of the hierarchy, they would prosper. And that has certainly led to the kind of society, very disparate ones we have today in terms of income. So that's really the second question, you know. Are we therefore sort of excusing to the Filipinos of those times and today who took advantage of the American legacy to promote their own lives to the detriment of majority of people? Thank you.
Hello. Thank you very much for your questions, and I really appreciate it. And that highlights things that I was not explicit about. I think that to address first the second question about are we excusing the elite Filipinos of the past and of the present who have taken advantage of the structures that put them in a position to dominate for others? No, that's not the objective of the research, and shouldn't be the objective. I think and that's something that I need to make more clear when I write the paper, that the we're not excusing the manipulations of the elite Filipinos, because they themselves knew quite clearly the kind of advantage that they were taking over others. And even now, and I don't know how to like present the results of the paper, of my dissertation research in a less direct way, but some of the not all, but some of the trader financiers are completely aware that, yeah, no, we're the ones getting rich out of the current system of genetically modified crops. So that's something that I think I have more explicit about, and how I think that's it also reveals another double bind of the educational system that both Rowie and Kelly were talking about, that those that were able to access the educational system at a high level are the ones who are able to take advantage of structures and further creating wedges and division across Filipinos. And to address the first question, oh gosh, it's so tough, about the leaving out the element that people's most affected by the structure see as positive. Are we ignoring their positions and their voices? And I think that's another thing that I need to be more explicit about. That there's a tension among the people themselves that I interviewed, the farmers, the attention of both. They're very clear-eyed about how exploitative the system is, and there's a farmer who said, "Yeah, no, the traders are just gonna get richer, and the poor farmers are just gonna get poorer. That's how the system works." But at the same time, a sense of a sense of wondering what else is there for us. And I don't know if I really haven't had the chance to think about that part further. I don't know if that I'm overstepping my own ability as a researcher if I begin thinking about why do they feel that way. And perhaps that's a place, that's another area where people themselves can speak. Like why do they feel a sense of crap and being unfree? There's a kind of like that seemed to be a repeated in a lot of my interviews. But thank you for bringing both of my attention. Yeah.
Maybe I may have misunderstood the question a little bit, but what I took from the first question was, are we only emphasizing, let's say, the negative parts, and are we forgetting the benefits that we've had from these educational policies, for instance, and leading them what the questions that PJ responded to, the taking advantage of these positive benefits, if you like. One thing that came to my mind, so this may not directly answer the question, but one thing that came to my mind was a question that was raised to me in a different conversation too, about Enlightenment project, for instance, which we now are recognizing as very racializing. And in the context of the Philippines, when the Ilustrados, for instance, brought it into the academic discursive plane in the Philippines, isn't that a form of colonial thinking as well? Because we also, again, borrowed Enlightenment thinking. And then what does that say about the kind of revolutionary spirit that eventually was developed with the help of Enlightenment ideas about humanity and the likes? And I will parallel this with a somewhat off-tangent situation, but in the work of Uma Narayan, an Indian feminist, who was talking about the ways in which feminism is viewed as a Western way of thinking in the context of India, and that post-colonial thinkers would find feminism as antagonistic to the post-colonial aims, primarily because it undermines, say, the gender structure in their country. I thought, and I'm borrowing Narayan's insight to illuminate something about the context of the Ilustrados and the Enlightenment ideas. Narayan remarked that even if, for instance, the terminologies, concepts that are now being used as a tool to clarify what is going on from home are borrowed, even if they are borrowed, what is local is the experience of injustice itself. And to import or export that into the context of the revolutionary spirit that was helpfully further developed, at least discursively, through the help of Enlightenment concepts. Even if we did borrow these ideas, these concepts, and I think this is also parallel to the conversation about language earlier, even if these are borrowed, the origin for why these concepts become intelligible and why they become things that matter to us is because the intelligibility is from your own local experience, for instance, of injustice, from your own local experience of repression. And so then that's where decolonial work, and that's why a lot of scholars are trying to draw some nuances between post-colonial, anti-colonial, and decolonial work. What decolonial work tries to do is identify the colonial logic. It doesn't mean that just because it is Western, it is always already immediately colonial. What is colonial is the domination aspect of it. And I think that's something that we have to remember when we talk about these forms of negativities or positivities when it comes to what we inherited from the West. Yeah, sorry. I thought it was supposed to be.
Nagka-take down notes ako, sorry. I forgot again, I was a sorry. Do we have other questions? It is now 5:08. Or some more comments or responses? Dr. Chua? Okay. If not, Thank you once again to our three panelists. We wish them well in their ongoing research. We keep them afloat with our positive thoughts as they culminate their research, their books, and their publications. Good luck to all of you. A round of applause again for Dr. Zado Palacios, Dr. Capistrano, and Dr. Agra. Thank you very, very much. So friends, before we leave the hall, you're all invited to the next series of the conference on September 17, Tuesday at 9:30 a.m. at this same venue. The theme is Evolving Ecologies with a keynote address by Feliz Prudente Santa Maria. There will be 3 panels on the environment, food production, and consumption and mobility, among other topics following the keynote address. We hope to see you there again, and you're invited again to coffee and snacks. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for your attendance and presence. Mabuhay po tayong lahat. Thank you to Robbie and the staff, to Rodel and Dr. Chua. We would like to take note of the presence of our Dean of the School of Humanities, Dr. Trisha Panganiban. Thank you, everyone. Groovy. Ay, sorry.